Welcome to day one of our three-day virtual NIH P2P workshop, Nutrition as Prevention for Improved Cancer Health Outcomes. We have a robust agenda prepared for you, and we're looking forward to an interesting and productive discussion and event. My name is Keisha Shropshire, and I am the coordinator for this P2P workshop. I will serve as the Master of Ceremonies and help guide us through today's agenda, presentations, and discussion. Now to cover some housekeeping slides. Next slide. I'd like to take an opportunity to say thank you in advance to our workshop co-sponsors listed here, NCI, NIA, NICHD, ONR, and ODS, the independent panel, workshop speakers, and to each one of you participating today. Next slide. So I'm just going to take a minute to go over a few things. So each workshop day will begin promptly at 12 p.m. We've incorporated 10-minute breaks throughout the workshop day. And please note that today's workshop is being recorded, and the recording will be available in about 1 month on the ODP webpage at prevention.nih.gov/P2P Nutrition Cancer Health. The chats will be saved as part of the public record and used for note-taking purposes. Next slide. If you haven't already, please visit the workshop website. It will tell you everything you need to know about the workshop, and it's where you can find the items listed here about the agenda and other resources. Next slide. We encourage you to share your comments and questions in the chat pod at any time during the presentations. You may access the chat feature in the bottom right corner of the WebEx window, located next to participants and the three dots. When asking questions, please state the presenter's name to identify which speaker your question is being directed. For WebEx participants only, questions and comments will be taken via the WebEx chat pod. Once chat is selected, use the drop-down menu to select everyone or all participants, then send your questions. For WebEx and videocasts, you can send your questions via email, or you may join our conversation on Twitter. All questions will be compiled, triaged, and then shared with the workshop chair to be answered by the designated speakers during the discussion Q&A. Next slide. If you need technical assistance during the workshop, please use the WebEx chat pod to send a message to all panelists, or email us at nihp2p@mail.nih.gov. Our WebEx host will assist you with troubleshooting and help to resolve the issue. Next slide. To access the closed captions for this workshop, click on the multimedia viewer feature at the bottom right corner of the WebEx window. Next slide. To make the content appear larger or smaller on your screen, use the plus and minus signs above the slides in your WebEx window. Next slide. We invite you to review and provide feedback on the draft systematic evidence review in the panel's draft report when it's available. The draft systematic review is available now on the ODP website, and the panel's draft report will summarize the workshop and provide recommendations for future research priorities, and will be available in fall of 2022 on the ODP website. Next slide. Before I forget, please remember to fill out our post-workshop evaluation survey at the end of each workshop day. It'll take about 5 to 10 minutes to complete. The survey is different for each day, so we'll post a survey link in the chat pod, and each attendee will also receive an email from the WebEx with the survey link. We'd love to hear from you about how today's event goes. Your comments will help improve our ODP P2P program. Well, those are all the points I would like to cover for now. I'm going to now invite Dr. David Murray, Associate Director for Prevention and Director of the NIH Office of Disease Prevention, to kick off our workshop with a welcome and introduce our first speaker, Dr. Philip Castle of the National Cancer Institute. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Keisha. Good afternoon. I'm David Murray. I am the Associate Director for Prevention at NIH and the Director of the Office of Disease Prevention. I'm happy to welcome everyone to our virtual Pathways to Prevention workshop on nutrition as prevention for improved cancer health outcomes. We are delighted to partner with the National Cancer Institute, the National Institute on Aging, the Eunice Kennedy Shriver National Institute of Child Health and Human Development, the NIH Office of Nutrition Research, and the NIH Office of Dietary Supplements to host this workshop. We have 3 days of exciting presentations and discussion sessions with expert speakers lined up for the workshop. I'm very pleased to introduce as our first speaker, Dr. Philip Castle, who will provide opening remarks for the workshop. Dr. Castle is the Director of the Division of Cancer Prevention and is a senior tenured investigator in the Division of Cancer Epidemiology and Genetics at the National Cancer Institute. In this role, Dr. Castle oversees the conduct and support of research in cancer prevention, early detection and screening, and prevention and management of symptoms and toxicities in cancer patients. Dr. Castle earned his doctorate in biophysics and his master's in public health from the Johns Hopkins University. Dr. Castle's research focuses on discovery, development, and evaluation of new technologies for the prevention of cancer. He's co-authored more than 400 articles on the human papillomavirus and on cervical and anogenital cancers and other cancer-related research. His professional interests include health disparities, science and translation of cancer prevention strategies, cancer screening, health services research and delivery, epidemiology of HPV and cervical anogenital cancers, international health, and evidence-based medicine. He has a wide variety of interests. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Phil Castle.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity. So good day to everybody. On behalf of the NCI and Dr. Lowy, who sends his regards and regrets that he cannot be here with you, thank you for the opportunity to provide some opening remarks. Next slide, please. So here you see that cancer outcomes are influenced by physical activity, diet, and weight, body weight. There's a growing body of observational data on the relationship between the three and cancer outcomes. Those data have led to development of diet and physical activity guidelines, including those from the American Institute for Cancer Research and the American Cancer Society. To date, guidance has generally emphasized population-based public health guidelines with a growing focus on people with increased risk of cancer and cancer survivors. By contrast, there is then a limited effort to provide guidance for people currently undergoing cancer treatment. That is an important highlight given that malnutrition is a leading cause of morbidity and mortality, especially among people living with cancer. And the source of that data are Welsh et al. Malnutrition and Cancer Care, Time to Address the Elephant in the Room, published in the Journal of Oncology Practice in 2019. Next slide, please. So on the left side here, malnutrition is a common feature of cancer patients. In fact, more than half of the patients exhibit nutritional impairments at their first oncology visit. This period immediately before and during cancer treatment is critical, given that side effects from cancer treatment, such as anorexia, fatigue, and impaired metabolism, often lead to declines in nutritional status. An involuntary weight loss of just 5% of body weight decreases survival in people with cancer. Thankfully, there is a growing attention to one of the leading causes of malnutrition in people with cancer, cachexia, or wasting. Despite the extreme common condition, cachexia is an under-recognized cause of cancer-related death. On the right side, it is very rewarding to see cachexia was recently chosen as one of the research areas to be supported by Cancer Grand Challenges, a joint effort between the NCI and Cancer Research UK. We are fortunate to have one of the leaders of the team that received a 5-year, $25 million award with us today, Dr. Gonzalez. We are hopeful that that team will provide new insights into the biology of cachexia, as well as the nutrition, the role of nutrition in treating it. Because more and more patients are asking for nutritional counseling and guidance. The U.S. is among the few developed nations without a well-defined nutritional guidelines for cancer patients. Next slide, please. This just highlights the growing cohort of cancer survivors who have to live with the consequences of cancer, even though they have survived. Their life and the quality of life has been influenced by cancer. It's a gift that unfortunately keeps giving. Over the past decade, an increasing number of clinical trials have tested the impact of nutritional interventions on health outcomes such as treatment tolerance, quality of life, and survival in patients with cancer receiving a variety of systemic and local cancer treatments. However, the totality of the evidence until now has not been systematically reviewed. As of January 2022, there's an estimated 18.1 million cancer survivors in the United States. That represents 5.4% of the population, but keep in mind that most of the cancers occur in people 50 and older, so it's more like 15 to 20% within that group. The number of cancer survivors in the United States is projected to grow to 26 million by 2040, thanks to better and better therapies. That's a 45% increase over that time period, whereas the population growth will be somewhere around 10 to 12%. So this is a growing cohort with growing needs. We need to address how to provide the best care, and that starts with the research that we're going to be talking about today. So continued research will help us understand and find ways to address the challenges that cancer survivors face, and nutrition is an important part of that. Next slide, please. Pathways to Prevention workshops identify research gaps in selected scientific areas that have incomplete or underdeveloped research, with the goal of moving the field forward through an unbiased, evidence-based assessment of complex health issues. This workshop will examine the underrecognized area of cancer-associated malnutrition. Additionally, it will identify knowledge gaps and future research opportunities and assess whether providing nutrition screening and nutrition interventions before or during cancer treatment improves outcomes. The workshop also will describe the current body of scientific evidence available for potentially shaping those clinical guidelines for prevention and treatment of malnutrition in cancer care, and provide a summary of the available evidence for stakeholders to use in the development of such guidelines. The workshop is a step forward in closing the research gaps and moving closer to developing evidence-based guidelines for people with cancer. And I can't emphasize enough how important this is as a growing cohort. The quality of life, not just survivorship, but quality of life is a critical outcome for our unfortunate people who get cancer. And so I can't emphasize the importance of this workshop and the conclusions that will come out of it more than that. And with the next slide and my last slide, I'll just say thank you very much. And I wish you a great conference and look forward to hearing the outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Castle, for those opening remarks. We will keep in mind what you shared with us as we navigate through the 3-day workshop. We will now have the charge to the panel from Dr. David Murray.
Thank you. Next slide, please. The NIH Office of Disease Prevention is located in the Office of the Director. We work with all of the institutes and centers that make up the National Institutes of Health. Our mission is to improve public health by increasing the scope, quality, dissemination, and impact of the prevention research that NIH pays for. We can only do that by collaborating closely with the institutes and centers that make up the National Institutes of Health. Next slide. Everything that we do is based on our strategic plan. You can find a copy of the current strategic plan at prevention.nih.gov. We have 7 priorities, and the one that we're going to focus on today is priority 2, identifying research gaps. Next slide. So this Pathways to Prevention workshop addresses our interests under priority 2, which is identifying evidence gaps, so that we can stimulate new research to fill those gaps. Our goal is to assess the available scientific evidence through a systematic evidence review and expert speaker presentations, to identify research gaps and future needs to better understand how nutritional screenings and interventions affect cancer health outcomes. Next slide. The main components of a P2P workshop will be shown on this slide. Initially, all you see at the bottom is the independent panel. They are a key component, and everything feeds into them and then comes from them. Next slide. We perform portfolio analysis to see what NIH has already been funding in this area of science. Next slide. We obtain an evidence report through one of the evidence-based practice centers supported by ARC. Next slide. We have presentations that you'll see today and tomorrow and on our third day from experts who work in this area, providing up-to-date, last-minute information to the panel. Next slide. We have audience participation, and we hope to have audience participation. We encourage you to submit questions through the chat box. Next slide. And finally, the independent panel, taking all of this input into consideration, prepares a panel report. Next slide. At ODP, we've been very interested in assessing the impact of our Pathways to Prevention program. We know that the participants represent a broad spectrum of lay people and scientists. We know that the publications that come out of this workshop series attract widespread attention, and we know that the research gaps that are identified are disseminated broadly and stimulate public discussion. We've done some work to look at some of the past workshops to see how well received they are. And as you can see in this slide, where we show relative citation ratios for panel reports, evidence reviews from 2 workshops conducted in 2014, all of them landed in the top 5% of publications in PubMed, which is quite good. Next slide. There are a number of actors who are important participants in the Pathways to Prevention workshops. They're listed here. I will speak to a few of these specifically. Next slide. The Evidence-Based Practice Center is terribly important. They spend more than a year conducting a systematic evidence review through a contract with the Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality. We pay for that review through an interagency agreement with ARC. In this case, it was the University of Minnesota Evidence-Based Practice Center that conducted the review for this particular workshop, and you will hear from Dr. Parsons and Dr. Klein, who will present findings from the review for each of the workshop's 4 key questions and the contextual question. If you want to see the draft evidence report, it's available for review and public comment on the website shown here. Next slide. The independent panel, as I said, is a key part of the Pathways to Prevention workshop series. They are chosen because they have no financial or intellectual conflicts of interest with the content that we will be talking about over the next 3 days. We have non-federal representation. We have multidisciplinary representation with expertise in a number of fields, including methodology, clinical practice, academic research, public health. They produce a report that synthesizes the findings and details recommendations for future research, and that's a major product that comes out of this workshop series. Next slide. My charge to the panel is summarized in this slide. I ask all panel members to listen very carefully to all of the proceedings over the next 3 days, to attend all panel executive writing sessions, to help prepare the draft panel report, which needs to be finished soon after the workshop is over, to review and incorporate, when they're available, public comments on the draft panel report, to then take that into consideration in finalizing, revising the panel report that summarizes the workshop and identifies research gaps and future research priorities. We will post the draft panel report on the ODP website for a 4-week public comment period once it is available, and that is usually within a few weeks of the end of the workshop. Next slide. I'm pleased to introduce the members of the panel, and I would ask them to turn on their cameras at this point so that they can be seen by our audience as I walk through the names. Our workshop and panel chair is Robert Hyatt from the University of California, San Francisco. We also have Margaret Clayton from the University of Utah, Karen Collins from Karen Collins Nutrition, Heather Gold from the New York University School of Medicine and New York University Langone Health. We have Adeyinka Layemo from Howard University. We have Deborah Ritzwaller from the Institute for Health Research at Kaiser Permanente in Colorado. And we have Kimberly Parker Truesdale from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. So I want to thank the panel members in advance for their participation in our workshop and look forward to monitoring your discussion and reading your draft report. Next slide. As I noted, the panelists were selected because they have no conflicts of interest. That was judged carefully in advance of selecting them. Our speakers have been asked to disclose all relevant conflicts and to read their disclosures aloud, so you will hear those as the program progresses. Please refer to the disclosure statements included as part of each speaker's bio on the worksite website for more details. Next slide. A few workshop features. We actually have more than 1,400 registrants. I got a fresh number this morning. The opening presentation will provide context for the use of nutrition-related terminology during the workshop. The keynote speaker will provide a unique viewpoint on the historical perspective of nutritional interventions. The opening panel will provide a perspective on challenges and opportunities for nutrition intervention studies. We'll have two patient representatives who will share personal stories of oncology nutrition care. And the closing panel will offer perspectives on assessing cost effectiveness and implementing nutritional services in outpatient cancer settings. Next slide. I want to thank the institutes who are partnering with us and offices. We have 3 institutes and 2 offices who are working with us, and thanks very much to the individuals listed here who have invested substantial time and will continue to invest substantial time through the entire sequence of activities that comprises this workshop. Many thanks to our colleagues at AHRQ. Thanks to the University of Minnesota EPC team. Certainly thank you to the speakers and panel members, to the staff at our support services contract, WestStat, who've helped us with this. And thanks also to my own staff at the Office of Disease Prevention, who've worked both on planning the workshop and conducting the portfolio analysis. At this point, I would like to introduce Robert Hyatt, who is our workshop and panel chair, as the next speaker. He is a professor and immediate past chair of epidemiology and biostatistics at the University of California, San Francisco, and also the associate director of population sciences for the Helen Diller Family Comprehensive Cancer Center. His research interests are in cancer epidemiology, especially breast cancer epidemiology, health inequities, environmental health research, global health science, implementation science, and in leading successful and productive large-scale multi-component research projects. He was responsible for developing the PhD program in epidemiology and translational science at UCSF and was the first deputy director of the National Cancer Institute's Division of Cancer Control and Population Sciences, beginning in 1998. He is past president of the American Society for Preventive Oncology, the American College of Epidemiology. He's been a member of the American Epidemiological Society since 1991. Currently at UCSF, he is principal investigator of the National Precision Medicine Initiative, All of Us, and directs the San Francisco Cancer Institute. So please, Dr. Hyatt, the podium is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to have been asked to chair this panel and to engage in this important work. I'm just going to go through a little bit of the introduction to the panel and my charge, if I could have the next slide. As was advertised, I do not have any disclosures to report. Next slide. You've seen the panel members. I needn't repeat them. We've all talked prior to the conference and have met each other through either in-person communications earlier or through Zoom and WebEx in preparation for this conference. Next slide. So this is what we're going to do. So we will review and have reviewed the Evidence-Based Practice Center's report We are going to be listening to the evidence presented by the speakers and any comments from the audience. And then we're going to roll up our sleeves and draft a panel report, which summarizes the key literature, addresses the evidence from the speakers, which we'll hear in the next 3 days, and then outline recommendations or gaps for future research. We're going to highlight the needs to be prioritized in moving the field forward. The draft panel report will be open for public comment 30 days prior to finalization. This will be on the ODP website, and the final report will be published in a peer-reviewed journal as a companion piece to the evidence-based practice report. Next slide. So this is how we're going to proceed. After this morning's introduction, each session will address one of the workshop's key questions. First talk will summarize what's in the EPC review, and then subsequent workshop speakers will address the research gaps, present current science and perspectives on how nutritional interventions affect cancer health outcomes. Each speaker will introduce themselves, and each session will end with a 40-minute discussion period with all speakers from that session. Next slide. We'd like to encourage some behavior here that I will oversee. Each of the independent panel members will be allowed to ask questions first, and then the panel members will encourage audience questions. The panel members may take the entire 40 minutes, but usually there'll be time for audience questions and comments. The audience members may submit questions and comments to the chat pod. Speakers may address the audience questions that are not read out loud using the chat pod. These will be transcribed for everyone to review. And there'll be a 10-minute break between sessions. Sessions will start on and end on time. That sounds like my charge, but I know I'll have help in that. And I request your participation in that endeavor. Thank you very much. Next slide. So we do encourage comments. It's great to listen, but we'd like to hear from your thoughts. You can record your comments on the chat pod, which is in the lower right-hand corner of your screen. For any technical issues, please use the WebEx event chat pod for your questions. And then other options, if you want to provide feedback, are, as has been said, to use the Twitter at NIH Prevents and NIH P2P. You can email any comments to the URL that's listed there. And after the workshop, anything that's listed in the chat pod, and all attendees and panel members will receive a follow-up email with a link to complete the survey after each workshop day. So plenty of opportunities for providing feedback. Next slide. That's it.
Thank you, Dr. Hyatt. Now that you've highlighted the panel activities, we'll start with our first presentation by Ms. Elaine Trujillo on the topic Oncology, Nutrition, Research, and Care. Time to move the needle. Introducing Ms. Trujillo. You may begin, Elaine.
Thank you, Keisha. Thank you, the Office of Disease Prevention and your wonderful staff. This workshop is 3 years in the making, and as many of you know, it is near and dear to my heart. So thank you really all involved. The NIH Planning Committee for our multitude of calls, many calls, the speakers for being very patient with us. Thank you, attendees. I mean, I'm astounded by the number of you out there participating, which really speaks volumes about this topic. Next slide. So I'm tasked with giving you the 10,000-foot overview of this topic. There are a multitude of areas that will be covered in the next 3 days, maybe even more than these topics. I will touch on many of them in the next few minutes and throughout the workshop, and you will hear more about them in more detail, and hopefully there'll be a lot of lively discussion. Next slide. So I want to begin with history. Almost 50 years ago, Charles Butterworth penned the infamous skeleton in the hospital closet paper, which highlighted the downright neglect of nutritional health in hospitals in the United States. He argued that one of the largest pockets of unrecognized malnutrition was not in rural slums or urban ghettos, but in the private rooms of big city hospitals. Shortly after this paper was published, articles highlighting the problem of cancer-associated malnutrition began to appear. Next slide. And then in 1980, a classic study of over 3,000 cancer patients with different tumor types found large weight losses among these patients, with the greatest weight losses seen in patients with solid tumors of the stomach, pancreas, lung, colon and rectum, and head and neck. And within each tumor type, survival times were shorter for patients who experienced weight loss, and there was a trend towards decreased chemotherapy response. Next slide. And now we come to more modern times, and we see that weight loss is still occurring in high rates. And we have the additional burden of patients who are overweight and obese, and which, because of their body size, are often overlooked as potentially malnourished. So why is weight loss so important? It is a marker of malnutrition, and malnutrition is associated with poor outcomes in cancer patients. Next slide. There is strong evidence of this association between malnutrition and poor outcomes in cancer patients, and we've known this for years. And that is what we see here on the left. Nutritional impairments leading to these poor outcomes. There's less evidence on the other side that nutritional interventions improve outcomes. We know that nutritional interventions improve nutritional status, but it's unclear whether they improve cancer health outcomes. There is some evidence, but it is certainly not robust. Next slide. So when we talk about nutrition interventions, what exactly are we talking about? Here you see more commonly used nutritional interventions, but this is not comprehensive by any means. There's many more. But I want to give you the idea of what we refer to when we say nutritional interventions. And you can imagine from this list why doing nutritional research is challenging. There are many factors to consider. Counseling, for example, who is doing the counseling? Is it a nutritional professional? When should it be initiated, and how many sessions are needed to see an outcome? Special diets certainly pose a lot of challenges, including compliance and how to record intake. Timing of any intervention is really critical. When, for how long should the intervention happen? And then certainly cancer type and type of treatment are factors, and certain nutritional interventions for one type of cancer may not be effective in another type of cancer. So these are all factors. Nutritional status is another one. Is the intervention beginning when someone is malnourished or preventing malnutrition? So these are just some of the unique challenges in nutrition cancer research that I would like you to keep in mind throughout the workshop. Next slide. So we'll step back in time again to explain the change in oncology nutrition care that happened with the inpatient to outpatient setting. So in the 80s, with more effective options for managing symptoms and care, most oncology treatment moved to the outpatient setting. So now about 90% of oncology patients receive treatment in outpatient cancer centers. So this change in model from inpatient to outpatient has implications for nutrition care and nutrition services. So in the inpatient setting, the standards set by Joint Commission mandate hospitals define criteria for nutritional screening, and that screening occur within 24 hours of admittance to the hospital. However, in the outpatient setting, nutrition care standards, including screening, are ambiguous and they're inconsistently applied across health settings. So access to oncology nutrition care is left to the discretion of the outpatient center and the healthcare providers. And many centers, they cover themselves by pulling from the inpatient side if they're able and when and if needed. But these are cases usually when patients are severely malnourished, and at that point, interventions are less effective. So as a result, we have the situation where a large majority of individuals treated in cancer centers do not have access to oncology nutrition services. Next slide. So to hone in on what this means, in 2019, the Oncology Nutrition Dietetic Practice Group published results of a national survey of oncology dietitians who worked in cancer centers. And you can see here, they found on average the ratio of only one dietitian for 2,308 patients. So that's quite a devastating number. The optimal ratio was estimated to be 1 for every 120. And keep in mind, this was in centers who had dietitians. So we assume or project that there are many centers without dietitians, and the number is likely a lot worse. So further, in this same survey, only about half, 53% of the centers screened for malnutrition. So, and of these 53%, about 35% were using unvalidated screening tools. And so you really don't know if your population is malnourished if you're using an unvalidated tool. So screening is sort of a double-edged sword. If you don't screen, then you really don't know what your population, if they're malnourished. If you do screen, you may not have the staff to address all the patients. And so this really is our current reality. I'm sorry, next slide. Sorry, that's where you see the screening data, where you see about half screen and 35% are using unvalidated tools. Next slide, please. Fortunately, the American Society for Parenteral and Enteral Nutrition, ASPN, is working on clinical recommendations for malnutrition screening in the outpatient setting. They are doing a systematic review of the literature, looking at the validity of malnutrition screening tools, and then they will recommend methodology for screening in centers. And so the intent is to answer some questions such as, should clinicians be screening for malnutrition in outpatient centers? Which screening tools are recommended? What are the clinical applications? What are the barriers in implementing malnutrition screening in the centers? So as you can see here, some of the top nutrition and cancer organizations are stakeholders and will help disseminate this information when it becomes available. So that's a super positive thing we look forward to. Next slide. So another gap I want to highlight is regarding national nutrition guidelines. The National Comprehensive Cancer Network, or NCCN, is a not-for-profit organization comprised of 32 cancer centers devoted to patient care, research, and education. They develop guidelines for all cancer types, which are used by oncologists, clinicians, and also are the basis for reimbursement from CMS and other providers. So nutrition is barely present in these treatment guidelines. Nutrition is mentioned in a few of the treatment guidelines, but there are no guidelines for malnutrition screening, nutrition assessment, or medical nutrition therapy. So a lot really rides on these guidelines, and until NCCN nutrition guidelines are developed, reimbursement for oncology nutrition really does remain an uphill battle. And for those of you who may not be aware, nutrition services for cancer patients are not covered by CMS at this time. And that's probably a really important factor in contributing to that low ratio of dietitians to patients that we saw earlier. Next slide. So other countries do a better job with national guidelines. And I don't want to dwell on that because healthcare is so different in different countries, but we can do better. And I should say that here in the US, the Commission on Cancer and ACCC, the Association of Community Cancer Centers, do endorse and recognize nutrition services as an essential component of nutrition care. Of cancer care rather. However, it really hasn't changed the landscape in terms of access or reimbursement. Next slide, please. So I have outlined 3 major gaps, which really are the crux of this workshop. And you will hear from scientists and experts about each of these areas. You'll hear about nutritional intervention research and recommendations for research moving forward. You'll hear from clinicians who will describe the boots on the ground challenges for patients and how we can improve that landscape. You'll also hear from patients themselves. And you'll hear from health economists and other experts on how to potentially move policies and guidelines forward. Next slide. So these gaps and others were naturally addressed in a 2016 public workshop held at the National Academies. And the report generated these gaps, which all are relevant to this P2P workshop, especially regarding research funding. And there was also a call, which is very important, for more grants to be awarded to institutions with infrastructures to offer combined degree training programs, such as a PhD RD training grants aimed at providing strong mentorship, leadership, and in particular nutrition specific translation oncology research to inform clinical recommendations. Next slide. So now I want to shift to what's being funded in this scope at the NIH. And here I want to discuss results of a portfolio analysis that was done by myself and some of my colleagues who are part of this workshop, Sharon Ross, Karen Reagan, and really what we were doing was in response to the nutrition research community who were asking about funding of nutrition cancer research grants and how they compare to other areas of cancer research. So we looked at cancer grants submitted to NCI in 2018, so all grants, funded and unfunded. Particularly looking at nutrition and competing grants. Next slide. So what we found in fiscal year 2018, there were over 18,000 submitted grants. That's in the box below. And of those 18,000 applications, 12% were funded. So of those 18,000, 653 were nutrition related. So out of that pool, 3% were nutrition-related grants or applications. And then if you look above in the pie chart, you see that of that 653, 69 were funded. So that's 11%. So you can see that the funding rates were similar for nutrition-related grants and overall NCI funding. Next slide. So when we compared nutrition funding to other cancer topics, this is where we saw a difference when we looked at award amounts. So the average nutrition grant award was almost 400,000, okay? Most other areas had higher award amounts, as you can see here. And other than obesity and complementary and alternative medicine, nutrition had the lowest average award amount compared to these areas. So overall, this portfolio analysis showed that nutrition cancer grants were funded at a similar rate, but at around 11%, the award amounts were considerably less. Next slide. So here's the results of a portfolio analysis, where I'm going to show you the results of a portfolio analysis that Dr. Murray alluded to that was done specifically for this workshop. Next slide. So as you can see, this was done over a 5-year period, and this was looking at NIH, overall NIH, and it was looking at funded grants. And they used the same criteria as was done in the systematic review by the Evidence-Based Practice Center that you'll be hearing about. So they originally looked at over 1,000 projects they found, but once they applied this specific criteria, adult cancer patients receiving nutritional interventions during treatment, it resulted in 11 funded projects. And all of those 11 were at the NCI. Next slide. So on the right are the number of grants funded in a given year. So that's the total 11 just spread out over the years. And on the left is a breakdown of the type of nutrition interventions and the cancer types of these 11 grants. So you can see the majority of the nutritional interventions were adjuvant, and actually 4 of them had a component related to symptom management. So this is the state of the research for this particular topic. Next slide. And really, which leads me to the importance of this P2P workshop and the questions that we believe are critical. And you're going to see these questions repeated throughout the workshop. And the reason is because they formed the questions for the evidence analysis that was done by the Evidence Practice Center. So that's why they're so heavily stressed. Next slide. So key question 1 and 2 relate to nutritional interventions prior to and during treatment. So key question 1 is prior to, and when we say prior to, we refer to nutritional therapy such as prehab that would take place after someone's diagnosed with cancer, but prior to the initiation of treatment. So it's not referring to cancer prevention. It's just in that short time prior to any kind of intervention. And key question 2 is during treatment. And so when we refer to the negative outcomes, we're talking about effects on dose tolerance, such as dose-limiting toxicities, organ-specific toxicities, post-op complications, survival, and others. And so within these 2 questions, key question 1 and 2, we also then have additional aspects that we wanted to consider, and that's A, B, C, and D. We wanted to look at cancer and treatment types, aging adults, adults with and without muscle wasting, and then special populations such as those with comorbid conditions. So that's why we've got the key question 1, 2, and then A, B, C, D. Next slide. And then key question 3 revolves around symptoms. And when we talk about symptoms, we're referring to fatigue, nausea, vomiting, appetite, physical and functional status, frailty, for example. Next slide. And then key question 4 is, here we want to know how obesity plays into the cancer outcomes, nutrition and cancer outcomes. And then next slide, please. And then our last question addresses cost effectiveness and gets at the monetary advantages or disadvantages of nutritional interventions. Next slide. And so the order of the questions, which I know seem a bit convoluted on the agenda, I want to clarify. So we start with key questions 1 and 2, and their first bullet about cancer type, treatment type. And then we felt symptom management should go next. So that's key question 3, followed by sub-questions from the main question relating to lifespan and special populations. We then move to obesity, and because one of the sub-questions relates to body composition, we paired those questions together. And then we conclude with the contextual question. I hope that makes sense. Here you can see all the wonderful folks that were involved from the NIH in planning this. It really does take a village, and we had wonderful participation from many institutes, as well as robust participation from our federal partners, who we thank also for being part of this workshop. And, oh, sorry, next slide. I missed the, okay, so there you see our wonderful NIH planning committee members. And then in the next slide, you will see our federal partners, who we greatly appreciate. And then one more slide. Yep. Okay. So really, if you remember anything today, remember this, that it is time to move the needle so that all patients with cancer have access to evidence-based nutritional services. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Elaine. We are, thanks for sharing that insightful background, purpose, and scope of this workshop, and for highlighting NIH's research investment for this research topic. So now we will now take a 10-minute break. You can stand, stretch, have a cup of coffee, and refresh yourself. Please note you should see the countdown clock on the screen. We ask that you please return on time so that we may begin on time with our keynote presentation. Welcome back, everyone. Good afternoon and another good morning to all joining from Central, Mountain, and Pacific time zones. I'm feeling refreshed. I hope that you are too. Let's dive right back into our workshop agenda. So we'll now shift our focus to our keynote presentation titled Improving Cancer Outcomes Through Nutrition, Learning from the Past and Shaping the Future, given by Dr. Stephen Clinton. Welcome, Dr. Clinton.
Thank you. I'm
Thank you.
here.
My
and
privilege to be here and share some time with you today with this really important workshop that's being put on by the National Cancer Institute, focusing on nutrition and cancer. My presentation today is an overview and is entitled Improving Cancer Outcomes Through Nutrition, Learning from the Past and Shaping the Future. My disclosures are shown here. I have no financial conflicts of interest. You will see that I have many opinions, and I have research support from a number of organizations from NIH, AICR, DOD, ACS, USDA, and our local support from Pelotonia at OSU. I first want to say thank you to all the attendees, the young scientists, and those that are going to be carrying forward with the vision that we are presenting over the next few days. But this also is extended to those working in the industry that are going to be a key part of this effort. Many thanks to the government and regulatory folks that are going to be critical for implementing some of the findings that come up from the research that will be discussed and completed over the years to come. Many thanks also to the philanthropic organizations that contribute to developing nutrition and cancer guidelines for prevention as well as during therapy, such as WCRF and the American Institute for Cancer Research, American Cancer Society, and finally a number of professional organizations that will contribute to developing guidelines that will be the foundation for improving cancer care with regards to nutrition. There's a remarkable group of speakers for this program. I think collectively an astounding amount of experience and wisdom in the field, and I think this will be an exceptional workshop to define a vision and a pathway for the future. And finally, many thanks to the National Institutes of Health and the National Cancer Institute and all the staff that have made this presentation and workshop possible. It truly does take a village, and I think all of us working together will see that our vision will be implemented in the years to come. So I first just want to highlight for all the young investigators or folks that are new to this field to look up the 2020 through 2030 strategic plan for NIH nutrition research. I think this is key to understanding where we're going and how this workshop fits into this strategic plan will be very helpful for everyone participating. So my role, of course, today is to focus on the big picture. So the global overview of this space of diet, nutrition, and cancer. And I first want to begin with simply reviewing the differences between the public health model and the medical model. And let's focus over here on the left at the public health model. This is often referred to as the one-size-fits-all approach. The focus is on a population of individuals, and implementing our scientific knowledge really requires an objective review of the scientific evidence, political commitment at the federal, state, local level with regulations and public policy. This can be supported critically by corporate efforts, requires education and dissemination of knowledge, ultimately often depends on personal choice, and needs to be supported by the healthcare system, physicians, and other practitioners. When we think about examples, we think about wearing seatbelts when you're in a car. We think about not smoking and tobacco control. And even more recently, we think about vaccine policies. And we've learned a lot from the challenges that we've seen in that arena over the last few years. But moving into the medical model in the realm of nutrition and cancer, very much is integrated with this concept of precision medicine. And increasingly in the area of cancer, we think about precision in cancer care. And there's no doubt that nutrition is going to need greater emphasis on the precision and individual focus as we move forward in these areas. This very much requires risk stratification. We can learn from other chronic diseases, for example, cardiovascular disease. Very early on, we've learned that blood lipids are a biomarker that allows us to risk stratify a population and to put individuals in different risk categories. We can then use dietary, fitness, and pharmacologic interventions to address individual risk and bring greater improvement in those biomarkers that translate into a lower disease outcome and improved health outcomes. Now, the implementation of these efforts requires, again, evidence-based guidelines. Medical clinical settings are critical. These are done on an individual basis in a setting where biomarkers and risk factors can be assessed and appropriate treatments brought to bear for that individual. More and more in the cancer space, we think about this as a multidisciplinary environment, one where the clinical team is composed of individuals with different skill sets, all brought to focus on improving the outcome for a cancer patient. I put the word reimbursement here because each and every one of these components and disciplines need to be appropriately reimbursed in order for healthcare and hospital systems to create the teams that are going to provide the best outcome for patients. And more than once in this presentation today, you may hear me specifically talk about the critical need for expertise from dietitians or the research dietitian or the registered dietitians and nutritionists in this space. These efforts require tailored education and compliance tools to help each individual achieve the goals. These need to be sensitive to culture, ethnicity, age, social, economic status, education, and background. And even when we have guidelines that can be brought to bear, often first in academic centers, having this information and this process disseminated into the community so all people can benefit is a challenge and one of the things that we must address in this space. This is not an either or proposition, but both are both approaches are necessary to see the success that our cancer patients deserve. The cancer cascade is illustrated in this slide, and we really have these different areas that over time are key for individuals: the prevention space, screening, early diagnosis, and then the therapeutic area, followed by survivorship. Nutrition, diet, fitness in this cascade are critically important in the prevention, therapy, and survivorship space, and much of this workshop will focus in these areas. If we look at this landscape and kind of simplify it, I'll first just pay homage to the prevention space where most of the work has been done. The public health approach, focusing on the population as a whole, is very mature. I think over several decades, through observational studies, cohort studies, we have an enormous amount of information that can be used to define guidelines at the public health level. Increasingly, in cancer prevention, we are able to conceive of studies that will focus on individual risk based on family history and genetics, the presence of a premalignant lesion, past exposures to environmental carcinogens, whether it be sunlight or tobacco, and pre-existing nutritional disorders such as obesity. All of these put individuals at risk for cancer and may be targets where very precise precision nutrition intervention can achieve outcomes that are very favorable. The goal in the prevention space is to safely reduce and delay the cancer incidence. When we move into the therapeutic space, we're focusing on very complex therapeutic and host and disease specific groups. Therapy in cancer is increasingly complex and diverse. Surgical techniques, chemotherapy, radiation, hormonal intervention, increasingly immunologic treatments, biologic therapies, and a host of combinations of all of the above. We already know very well from decades of research that our cancer therapeutics are organ specific, but increasingly we understand this concept that each and every cancer is unique. With DNA sequencing and other techniques, we are learning more and more about the specific phenotyping of each individual's cancer that allow us to better define treatment interventions to improve outcomes. All of this is superimposed upon individual factors such as genetics and pre-existing nutritional disorders that may impact how a host may respond to therapeutic interventions. The critical goals for nutrition in this space is to improve the efficacy of cancer therapy safely while improving quality of life, patient-related outcomes in all of our patients. In parallel, a goal is to reduce the acute toxicity and the morbidity associated with cancer therapy. As I mentioned, this landscape is increasingly complex. Chemotherapy, new targeted drugs, and the rapid explosion of immunotherapeutic options is changing the landscape of cancer therapy for patients almost on a daily basis. I show in this slide just an example from a presentation I saw a year or two ago about the active immune therapy trials that were in place 2 years ago in the United States. And this outer darker ring are phase 1 trials. The next shading are phase 2 trials, and the lighter one in the center, the phase 3 trials. And around the outside, all of the different representative types of cancer. And you can literally see that in the current era, we have thousands of immunotherapeutic trials now being tested across the spectrum of cancer. My dream would be able to show a slide like this in a few years where we can similarly plot the number of phase 1, 2, and 3 diet and nutrition style trials that are in our current portfolio of clinical trials within the United States. Well, we move on to the survivorship space, and as although many people define the survivorship as beginning at the time of diagnosis, I think operationally for our diet, nutrition, and cancer landscape, it's perhaps more useful for me to often think about it as at the moment that the therapy has completed. And as we know, many people move into this space of remission and may relapse and move back into the therapeutic setting, but we hope increasingly with improved treatment that our outcomes continue to improve and this survivorship cohort continues to grow, which already measures in many millions of people within the United States. But this space is very, very important because we want to improve the long-term outcomes, prevent recurrent disease, prevent second primaries of the same tissue, prevent second cancers, either due to predisposition of the host or due to some of the therapies that are provided to cancer patients. We want to reduce organ toxicity and other comorbidities, promote longevity, and again, a key on quality of life. So in this space, reducing long-term toxicity, mortality, enhancing performance, quality of life, reducing cancer recurrence and new cancers are all critical. I may be overstating this a bit, but I think that about 98% of the research that we've done in this space of nutrition and cancer is in the prevention space, but we have a great opportunity looking forward for personalized precision nutrition in these other domains that are equally important. If we don't move in that space simply because it's the right thing to do and a moral imperative, perhaps we can convince those in policy positions that reducing the costs of cancer care is also a critical outcome in each of these domains. And I think there's a very, very strong possibility that diet and nutritional interventions can have a major impact in this space as well. So let's take some motivation from some of the great achievements in the past in the areas of nutrition and health that should give us some insight into the kinds of things that we can do with this discipline. And let's go back 100 years to the golden era of nutrient identification and understanding the chemical structure of nutrients and the definition of deficiency syndromes. And depending how you want to count, we have 50 to 60 essential nutrients now, and just a remarkable history of impact from this line of research. As time went on, the National Academy of Sciences since the 1940s has been defining dietary reference intakes that have been profoundly important for improving the health and well-being, not only of populations, but in the United States, but for those around the globe. As we look back a century, we see as just this profound example of how science informs effective public health interventions, and I put in parentheses to remind you, by the government. 100 years ago, rickets was a key comorbidity for the majority of all pediatric admissions to a hospital related to vitamin D deficiency. Pellagra and its symptoms was the #1 cause for an admission to what at the time were referred to as insane asylums, so a niacin deficiency. Goiter, cretinism, and cognitive disorders were a major concern, particularly the cognitive issues in children related to iodine deficiency. Anemia was prevalent in women of reproductive years long into the century, up to World War II and the fortification of foods with iron. And more recently, we've seen a dramatic decrease in neural tube defects because of knowledge relating to folate deficiency and interventions for public health. And so much of this is due to implementation science and food fortification. And this is so successful that people have basically taken this for granted as to how profoundly impactful this has been for the public health in the United States and in many other populations. Now, chronic diseases such as cancer are far more complex. So many different factors to consider. And it is far beyond just simply the nutrients, but includes energy balance, alcoholic beverage, many non-nutrient natural chemicals, phytochemicals, fiber, diet and nutrition in the food we consume also is a vehicle for chemicals that may impact cancer risk, whether they be industrial contaminants, compounds produced during production, pesticides, herbicides, hormones, microbial components, storage conditions, and aflatoxins, food processing such as nitrates and other preservatives, and cooking and the production of heterocyclic amines or polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. And then we're in this new era of understanding the role of microbes, either as infectious agents, probiotics, etc. So diet includes everything consumed. And when you look at it in total, we're also into this space where new tools are allowing us to look at complex dietary patterns in various ways to assess cancer risk. In parallel, we have this whole concern with regards to the supplement industry, which I put in parentheses here: minimal science, minimal policy, and regulation. This is a $150 billion industry globally, and certainly something that we need to keep in mind as we think about how various supplements may influence health and cancer risk in our population. And again, I really have to say a big thanks to the Office of Dietary Supplements. A week doesn't go by that I don't refer patients of mine for information that I feel is absolutely outstanding from ODS. And I typically remind patients that caveat emptor, or buyer beware, in this space. And so many people are using supplements during the therapeutic phase and survivorship phase with little evidence for benefit or risk. And I think this is a very important area for all of us in clinical practice. So let's say a few words about the cancer continuum in the prevention space. And let's focus on the public health model and what I consider to be profound success in judging the evidence. And this has been a process over many decades, including the National Academy of Sciences, the World Health Organization, Dietary Guidelines for America, and more recently, the astounding efforts of the AICR and WCRF, and multiple reports over the last 2 decades, with the most recent one in 2018 that I would really refer everyone to for the enormous amount of information that focuses on population-based public health interventions for lowering the risk of cancer. In addition to the overall guideline report in 2018, I'd also refer all of our participants to the systematic reviews and disease-specific reports that have come out over a number of years from these organizations. The overall public health package, whether it be in the area of the WCRF or Dietary Guidelines for America, these efforts I consider very mature. I don't believe these recommendations for these population-based goals will change dramatically in the near future. The challenge in that space is politics, policy, and implementation. Now, let's move into cancer therapy and survivorship for a few minutes. This is very much in the medical model, and I think precision nutrition has to be viewed virtually the same way that we look at pharmaceutical agents. And this is going to focus on using basic science, laboratory science, population science with observational data so that investigators can design phase 1, move on to phase 2, and ultimately conduct phase 3 clinical trials, randomized, controlled, well-designed, statistically powered studies, which ultimately will lead to our ability through professional organizations, including those such as the National Comprehensive Cancer Network, to devise guidelines for clinical practice. Guidelines, however, are not the final period at the end of the sentence. Guidelines then inform CMS, Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. And this is so important because when they provide validation to the guidelines, that then provides reimbursement for those guidelines to be implemented. This is extremely important because CMS approval and validation then translates into insurance coverage. And this allows us to move forward with implementation, supported by implementation and dissemination science and research that we need to actually have the impact of reducing cancer mortality costs. I'm going to highlight this coverage space because, again, this gets down to how do we ensure that the support team is there to help our cancer patients. I can provide chemotherapy to one of my prostate cancer patients that costs well over $100,000 a month. But try to get a portion of that supported for the nutritional support that you need to have a true impact with regards to dietitians and nutritionists. It becomes a challenge. Once it's reimbursed, cancer centers will provide the space, the personnel, and we will have a far better opportunity to bring those critical knowledge-based support services into our game plan. They need to have that same support for the dietitian that we have for physical therapy, occupational therapy, for radiation consultations, and other components of our multidisciplinary care system. So what do we need in precision nutrition as we move forward? Evidence. Randomized, controlled intervention trials based upon the very best of science. This workshop is going to have so many wonderful presentations focusing on various aspects of the therapy and survivorship space. Out of this workshop, I expect to see a vision and a renewed sense of mission as we move forward into this space. I want to thank so many people and organizations over the years that have given me the privilege to work and hopefully contribute within this domain. I want to thank the NIH and USDA for my opportunity to work on dietary guidelines efforts, the AICR and WCRF and the opportunity to be a part of their assessment of the evidence and their continuous update reports, the National Academy of Sciences for the privilege to be on a DRI committee, and all my support that has come from the James Cancer Hospital and the Ohio State Comprehensive Cancer Center, and finally to all my friends and collaborators. With that, I will close. I look forward to a wonderful workshop. Thank you and good day.
Thank you, Dr. Clinton, for sharing that insightful historical perspective and vision for the future. We will now hear from Dr. Mary Platek as she presents Attaining Consistency in the Use of Nutrition-Related Terminology. The virtual floor is yours, Dr. Platek.
Hi, and welcome to the workshop to everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to talk to you about nutrition-related terminology as it's used in cancer care and research. Please change the slide. And so I have no information to disclose here. Next slide. So my role here is to provide information which might help minimize some of the ambiguity that you might receive from looking at cancer outcome reporting, such as looking at a certain exposure and yes, it is associated to a certain outcome, and then maybe another paper saying that same exposure is not associated with the very same outcome. So, and some of this ambiguity is based in a different term definitions, maybe not using validated measurements, same cutoff points, and the variation, of course, in patient population. Next slide. So with that, I will provide you over these next 10 or so minutes with some definitions of key terms. Each speaker that you will listen to over the next few days will be describing the terms that they are using. But here, in order for you to get a better sense, perhaps, of what we're all talking about, I will be describing certain terms and recommended definitions for those. And then I will go through three basic terms, and then in the end, just talk about some of the nuances or the things that we need to consider when we consider outcomes from research. Next slide, please. So the first term that I'm looking at is nutrition, malnutrition in particular. It's a state of nutritional status. But even before I start this slide, what I would have mentioned in the last slide is that let's remember one thing, that screening someone for a certain condition, such as malnutrition, sarcopenia, cachexia, means we're screening them for having the risk, a high risk, a low risk, having risk of that particular state. When we assess using validated assessment tools, and of course, using validated screening tools on the screening phase, when we assess using validated tools, we are looking to diagnose. Yes, you have malnutrition. No, you do not. Yes, you are sarcopenic. No, you are not. So all along, we need to decide, is someone talking about having the risk of, and did they use a screening tool to screen that? That's validated. Or did we actually assess for a certain state? So defined terms, malnutrition. Back in 2012, both the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics and ASPEN, the American Society of Parental and Enteral Nutrition, came up with a recommendation for an operational definition based on experts. And this definition is actually, for malnutrition, is based on the inflammatory process. And in cancer, we're looking at that middle row, chronic disease-related malnutrition. In cancer, it is a chronic state of inflammation. The caveat here is that it could be difficult this is based on inflammation, and it can be difficult to define inflammation. Nonetheless, next slide, please. The Academy and Aspen have determined this grid or algorithm, should we say, for assessing whether or not someone is malnourished. If we're talking about cancer, my arrow is pointing to chronic illness. This is the spot we live in. And there are, in this column, is the criteria. And there are 6 aspects of the criteria. And for this algorithm, an assessment would be done by a dietitian, and someone would be declared to have one or the other here in chronic illness, if indeed they have 2 of the 6 criteria. Now, the caveat here on this definition is this row all along that deals with weight loss. And I'll describe that in the next slide, please. The next slide, and you'll find a lot of the things that I say will align very much with Elaine's previous presentation. In this slide, actually, we go back to a paper in 1977 by Blackburn that followed the Butterworth paper that Elaine alluded to. And the weight loss grid in that algorithm I just showed you is really based on this particular clinical weight loss definition. Unfortunately, and this is for unintentional weight loss, unfortunately, this comes from an older, not an older age population, but a population that doesn't necessarily represent current population, where 2 out of 3 people are either overweight or obese. Additionally, it represents more the generalized hospitalized population. And in our world that we're talking about here over the next 3 days is cancer. So, so that is the difficulty with that. However, I do want to allude to a paper by Dr. Lisa Martin and Dr. Vicky Baracos, which back in 2015 actually examined a cancer population looking at both BMI and unintentional weight loss in the face of survival, and has given us perhaps a better way to grade the severity of unintentional weight loss. Moving to the next slide, please. A second group has also come up with an operational construct to define malnutrition, and this is known as GLIM, the Global Leadership Initiative on Malnutrition. And this is a construct offered to us, which is currently undergoing validation. All our definitions need to be undergoing validation, and probably within the next couple of years will be reconsidered based on the validation process. The next slide will show us what this definition is about. Next slide, please. So here we see that according to GLIM, it has somewhat similarities to the A&D and the Aspen, but is more global. It is for all settings. It is for all types of people, is where we're trying to have one operational definition for determining malnutrition. Here it is suggested validated screening tools that are used for understanding who is at risk. Those who are at risk undergo validated assessment tools to determine malnutrition. And here we're looking at both phenotypic and etiologic criteria. And in this algorithm, you must have one from each of those categories in order to be determined to be malnourished. There is also an algorithm for severity of grading of the malnutrition. Please move to the next slide. And here is the actual phenotypic criteria where you need 1, and here is etiologic criteria. And in the phenotypic criteria, the weight loss is looked a little bit differently. It's looked at with percentage of unintentional weight loss, as well as whether or not low BMI. Low BMI has been strongly associated with poor cancer outcomes. Next slide, please. And here is the algorithm that is built into the GLIM criteria for determining the severity of the malnutrition. So these have been published, and these can be utilized within our talks about malnutrition for this population. Next slide, please. Moving on to sarcopenia. I'll be talking about definitions and cutoff points for sarcopenia. Next slide, please. So here, sarcopenia is defined as having a loss in muscle mass, as well as strength, as well as muscle quality. And there is primary sarcopenia. Unfortunately, all of us starting from age 50 moving forward are losing muscle mass due to aging. But what we're talking about in cancer is perhaps someone, an elderly person who's diagnosed with cancer and is undergoing loss of muscle mass, strength, and they now have what is considered a secondary sarcopenia. So in the world of cancer, an older cancer patient may be suffering from both primary and from secondary sarcopenia. Next slide, please. So also I wanted to show that in 2016, we now have ICD-10 coding, which is for cancer-related sarcopenia. And that is based on muscle mass loss, loss in muscle strength, and decline in performance. Next slide, please. Also, there's been a European consensus and a revision of that consensus in 2019 that stated that if there is evidence of low muscle strength, that is probable sarcopenia. If indeed that is also reinforced by low muscle quantity and quality, then we're talking about a definition of sarcopenia. And if someone performs on various validated testing, has low scores, then more than likely their sarcopenia is severe. And this has been related to poor outcomes in cancer patients. Next slide, please. I do want to bring up the term myosteatosis, which refers to poor muscle quality or fatty infiltration of the muscle. I'm bringing this up on this slide because there is work currently in progress about this, but this is still not clear and needs to be defined specifically. Next slide. The caveat with sarcopenia is that there are many cutoff points that are available to define who is sarcopenic or not. This is an illustration from Lee's paper where they did a systematic review and looked at a meta-analysis for 81 studies. And overall, no matter what cutoff points were utilized for this meta-analysis, there was an association of low lean muscle mass with sarcopenia with increased mortality consistently across all cutoff points, but it is something that needs to be narrowed down. And third, cachexia. Cachexia, next slide, please. And next slide. So in 2011, Fearon's group came up with a consensus, an operational consensus defining cancer cachexia as a multifactorial syndrome, which involves sarcopenia with or without the loss of fat, a negative energy and protein balance driven by poor food intake and dysregulation of metabolism. Next slide. They also defined a cancer cachexia continuum where they staged it as pre-cachexia, cachexia, and refractory cachexia, which will lead to death. And currently, this operational construct is being validated. Next slide. This is just an illustration that all three of these terms have some overlap, and it's important to recognize the overlapping features of these conditions. And lastly, for me to wrap up, next slide. I'll talk about nuances, intervention, study reporting in the next minute. Next slide. So this is the noise that could have perhaps cause the ambiguity of our outcomes. And so I want to remind people that we should be looking for recommended definitions and constructs. They should be validated. They should be evolving. We should be using validated measuring tools. When each paper uses a different cutoff point, we're going to get different summaries and different conclusions. Remembering also that what is validated in one cancer type might not be the same for another. Additionally, stage could make things look differently. Treatment, whether you're male or female, etc., your age. Also, what are people searching to change in outcomes? Is it a nutritional, we've gained weight, we've lost weight, or is it survival? Next slide, please. I will finish in a second. Also to remember, interventions are different. Some are targeting a process, some are targeting a nutrient, and some are targeting a multi-facet, such as exercise plus nutrition. And I believe next couple of slides will be it. Next slide. I also want to remind you that when people are talking about nutrition education, it is very different from medical nutrition therapy, which involves an assessment and actual therapy, and that we have to look for clarity on our outcomes and clarity on our definitions. There is a reference list that is available to everybody to look at these important papers, and I apologize for going over time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Platek, for presenting on these important nutrition-related terminologies that are going to be used throughout the workshop. At this time, I would like to invite Drs. Platek and Clinton to turn on their cameras and join Dr. Hyatt as he moderates a brief 10-minute discussion and Q&A for your presentations.
First of all, thank you both Dr. Clinton and Dr. Platek. That was very useful background and historical information. I want to ask the panel first if they have any questions of either presenters. Speak up, panel members. Deborah, are you trying to speak?
Oops, yes, I am, sorry. My apologies. Yes, this is Deborah Ritzwaller. I have a question for the last speaker. I'm curious if there are specific outcome research related to a couple of the three categories you just mentioned, malnutrition, cachexia, and sarcopenia. If there's research, current research or previous directed precisely at those three causes or those three conditions that we will be either hearing more about or are most relevant to consider?
Yeah, so those are the main states that we felt were important to identify here with associated recommended definitions, because we will be having speakers who will speak on behalf of these different states and some of their outcomes at looking at this. Literature is not robust. Clinical trials, certainly as we know in the area of cachexia, is not robust. But changing and needs to change, especially now thinking about not looking just at refractory cachexia, which often we won't get an outcome on because it's a refractory stage. So the idea of trying to stage things or have an operational definition to go along will support the research that needs to happen. I'm not sure if I answered your question thoroughly.
Yeah, so they're not in silos right now, so to speak. So it's
yeah,
great. Yeah, thank you.
Other questions from the panelists? Yes, Heather.
Hi, Heather Gold. Dr. Platek, you mentioned a new measure that's being set out for validation from the I don't have the slides up in front of me.
Was it for malnutrition?
Yes, the world.
GLIM. The
GLIM, global.
Yes. Global.
Right. And there's work to validate it. Do you see do you see folks building cohesion around that and agreement around that, and can the field move towards agreed upon measures, or do you see it too, I don't know, people just working in their own area and not looking for that that rigor across studies?
You know, I think GLIM has been like my opinion, shining star right now, because it is looking in that global perspective, which I think we need to. I think we do run in silos, and often we can, and we don't move forward. But I just did a quick review because I happen to be working with Elaine on that one particular systematic review looking at screening. And I've just reviewed papers in 2021, and a lot of people have taken that GLIM criteria in trying to validate those measures as to whether or not they hold up, so that we could perhaps apply a global measuring stick for this nutritional state that needs to be defined with measures that are validated and could be applied to different populations. So I see it as people coming together and trying to find at least the basic premise to malnutrition. And so we can identify. The interventions might be different based on what you have, right? But maybe we can do this. So I see this as very promising for the field.
Other questions from the panel? Dr. Layemo, are you on for a question? Not right now. Okay, anybody else?
So this is Kimberly Truesdale.
Yes.
Just related, is there any types of trying to standardize asking about intentional weight loss? I mean, a lot of these definitions are based on weight loss, and we know some of it is intentional, some of it is unintentional. What you're, with these definitions is more the unintentional weight loss. So I know just previous stuff, it's kind of hard to, separate out someone who is, actually losing weight versus, unintentionally.
I can address that. If you are properly and should always be using validated screening, all validated screening tools do ask if your weight loss is unintentional, so that you will know from the beginning. Not to say that intentional weight loss that's inappropriate medically is not a bad, is still a bad thing in certain settings, depending, but it is the unintentional weight loss that we are looking for, and validated screening does ask it in that way. The issue is not everybody uses validated screening, and that people take validated screening and change it. So.
About 2 minutes before we need to close this session. Dr. Clinton, did you have any comments yourself?
Well, sure. I think last presentation exceptionally important in this space of what we refer to as classic malnutrition in the hospital. But being someone who takes care of hundreds and thousands of cancer patients over the years, we want to be very careful for our discipline in this space about the protein calorie malnutrition, because we all know there are many people who succumb, pass because of their malignancy. And just like progressive cancer impacts pulmonary function or kidney function, liver function, cognitive function, there are declines as a person's cancer is unable to be thwarted and they can't be cured. And in those kinds of patients, malnutrition sometimes occurs for many, many different reasons. And our intervention in that group is not necessarily to change their weight, their muscle mass. It is quality of life. We need to be part of that support team. But then there are people such as a person with a colon cancer resection who happens to have Crohn's disease as a risk factor, who has malnutrition for another reason, and they are undergoing adjuvant therapy in an attempt to cure. And those people are the ones that we really need to identify to improve their nutritional status, to ensure that they can tolerate their treatment at a dose that will give them the maximum chance for cure. So the key thing about protein calorie malnutrition in the clinic is to put it in the context of each individual's precise situation so that we are appropriately intervening with the kinds of efforts that are truly going to maximize whatever that outcome and goal is for that individual.
Okay, thank you very much. We're getting close to closure here. Dr. Clayton, I think you had a question yourself.
Thank you, Dr. Hyatt. My question is for both speakers. Your presentations were wonderful. It seems to me so much of the diagnosis of cachexia hinges on early and accurate diagnosis. Do you have any thoughts on edema-dependent versus edema-independent markers that the clinician could use for earlier detection of cachexia?
Yeah, I'm not the one to speak on markers too much, but when I see edema in the setting of malnutrition, I'm usually seeing at least my patient population of older adults looking at other factors that are comorbidities that are also contributing to the edema in addition to the protein calorie malnutrition. So it's often managing renal function, cardiovascular disease, and things like that that are part of the picture when you're taking care of an older cancer patient that may have other comorbidities, many of which were related to chronic long-term poor nutrition over their lifespan of lack of fitness and obesity. So I don't think there's a single answer to that question from my point of view, but I'll let others add their thoughts to it.
I concur with Dr. Clinton. I didn't mention previously, but I am a registered dietitian who worked with many cancer patients and still do. I'm also an epidemiologist, so I work on the clinical research side, always with patients, and it's a complex situation. So I completely agree with Dr. Clinton. I mean, I don't know if there's ever, well, there never is one single marker, right, for anything. You can't rely on one single marker. So, we wonder, we would like to get who's at high risk for who's at risk for pre-cachexia, or who's pre-cachectic at high risk for cachexia, so we don't get there. Is it, and it could rely just on, like Dr. Clinton said, your comorbidities. Are you that colon cancer patient who has Crohn's disease with a history of malnutrition? Like, is it your multimodality treatment? Is that what gets you there? Is it those things? And then you just do interventions to prevent, see what you could do to prevent. But that, when we're talking about cachexia, we're talking about signaling that's gone awry. So I don't think it will ever be one thing. And right now it's so complex, I don't know what that answer would be. So I agree with Dr. Clinton.
So thank you, all panelists, for your questions, and Drs. Platek and Clinton. We're going to have to take a break now. There have been many comments in the chat that we will sort through and try to respond to as appropriately as possible as we go through. So again, thank you for the background presentations. I'll turn it back over to you now, Keisha, for any thoughts before we have our break.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone, for that great discussion. We'll now take a 10-minute break. I'm going to ask that everyone return back so that we will begin on time with our first presentation on one of the key questions 1 and 2. So look forward to seeing you soon. So for the remaining time we have today, we will cover key questions 1 and 2, which is, what is the effect of nutritional interventions before and during cancer treatment and preventing negative treatment outcomes in adults diagnosed with cancer who have or are at risk for cancer-associated malnutrition. First, we will hear from Drs. Helen Parsons and Mark Klein, followed by Drs. Kunal Kadakia, Marcus da Silva Gonçalves, and Walter Longo. Afterwards, Dr. Colleen Spees will moderate an opening speaker panel composed with Dr. Syed Kazmi, Carla Prado, and Jill Hamilton-Reeves. After all of the presentations are completed, Dr. Hyatt will moderate a discussion and Q&A session. As a reminder, for the discussion session, everyone is invited to send your questions and comments to the chat pod as the presentations go forth. Remember to add the presenter's name so that we know which speaker to direct your question. So I'd like to welcome Drs. Helen Parsons and Mark Klein of the Minnesota Evidence-Based Practice Center to present on the topic Nutrition as Prevention for Improved Cancer Health Outcomes, Key Questions 1 and 2 Systematic Review Results. Welcome.
Thank you, Keisha, for that introduction. And on behalf of the Minnesota Evidence-Based Practice Center, Dr. Klein and I are happy to present the results from our systematic review, focusing today on key questions 1 and 2. Next slide, please. Before I begin, I'd like to thank our Minnesota Evidence-Based Practice Center team, which was comprised of a multidisciplinary set of researchers and clinicians. I'd like to also thank the Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality and the NIH Office of Disease Prevention for their helpful feedback and consultation throughout this process. Next slide. Malnutrition in adults has been associated with decreased treatment completion, higher overall healthcare use, as well as worse survival in previous studies. Additionally, the prevalence of malnutrition has been shown to be high, ranging anywhere from 20 to 80% in prior studies, but it has been shown to vary by different patient and tumor characteristics. However, there are no well-defined national guidelines that are based on comprehensive, high-quality evidence that exist for either the prevention or the treatment of cancer-related malnutrition in adults. As a result, there's uncertainty around both the benefits as well as the risks of nutrition interventions for cancer treatment-related malnutrition and the effect on cancer outcomes. So as a result, there's an opportunity to understand which nutrition interventions or components of those interventions work best to reduce treatment-related harms, for whom and under what circumstances. Next slide. The purpose of the systematic review that we'll present today was to examine the current evidence for how nutrition interventions delivered either before or during cancer therapy affect outcomes of cancer and cancer treatment, focusing on the research gaps and challenges. As has been presented before, but I'll just briefly restate the key questions that we reviewed for this aspect of the systematic review asked, in adults diagnosed with cancer who have or are at risk for cancer-associated malnutrition, what is the effect of nutrition interventions that are delivered prior to or during treatment in preventing the negative outcomes associated with cancer treatment, such as effects on dose tolerance, hospital utilization, adverse events, and survival? Next slide. I'd like to briefly review the studies that were included and the criteria for inclusion in our studies following the PICO criteria, and that included the populations of adults that were diagnosed with cancer at or after age 18 that have or were at risk for cancer-associated malnutrition. I will note here that at risk for malnutrition, the definition for this varied widely across the studies, ranging everywhere from anyone who was diagnosed with cancer being classified as at risk, or sometimes they would use validated tools. So for the purpose of this review, we use the author definitions of at risk. For the interventions, we included studies of a broad range of nutrition interventions that were delivered under the supervision of a nutrition professional, and included such things as diet and nutrition therapy, the use of special diets, dietary supplements, total parenteral nutrition, nutrition counseling, or a combination of those interventions. For the comparison groups, we included studies that deliver these interventions relative to a standard of care or relative to other nutrition interventions. Outcomes of interest focused on clinical outcomes, including the impact on treatment dose tolerance, such as treatment interruptions, reductions, or delays, changes in hospital utilization, such as ER visits, admissions, and length of stay, adverse events, survival, and changes in nutrition status or malnutrition, as well as changes in weight, loss or gain, and changes in body mass index. For the timing, we included nutrition interventions that were delivered prior to cancer treatment, so between the diagnosis of cancer and the initiation of cancer treatment, or during cancer treatment, across a wide variety of settings, including both outpatient and inpatient settings, ambulatory care and cancer treatment centers, and those delivered in home-based hospice or telemedicine settings. Next slide, please. For the nutrition interventions, we recognized in conducting the systematic review that there was no agreed upon classification system in the literature for how nutrition interventions were categorized. As a result, for the purpose of this review, we classified interventions based on the content and intent of the intervention based on feedback from experts and in our review panel. I'd like to just briefly review the categories that were included so you have an idea of the content for each of the categories. For nutrition counseling, those included interventions that involved an individualized assessment of dietary intake or education to reduce the risk of side effects from cancer or cancer treatment. For dietary supplements, this included the use of products such as adding an arginine or a glutamine or fish oil, and these were meant to supplement the diet but not meant to replace calories. For special diet, this included interventions that used defined nutritional plans such as fasting or calorie restriction, use of ketogenic or Mediterranean or some other special diet. For studies focused on the route or timing of nutrition intervention, these studies focused only on changing or testing the route, such as the use of enteral feeding, or changing the timing, such as when a nutrition intervention was initiated or how long it was implemented. However, the nutrition contents between the intervention and control group were similar. For nutrition support interventions, those included the use of oral nutrition supplements, total parenteral nutrition, or other enteral nutrition that was meant to maintain or improve nutrition status. And finally, there were a number of interventions that looked at multi-components, so they may have looked at the use of nutrition counseling with the addition of a dietary supplement. Next slide, please. For our literature search, we conducted a review of Ovid Medline, MBASE, and the Cochrane Register of Controlled Trials, and limited our evaluation to randomized controlled trials that randomized at least 50 participants in order to identify the largest quantity of high-quality literature, recognizing that there was a broad range of literature in this space. We focused the review on studies published between January 2000 and May 2021 for the draft report, and this will be updated for our final report. 2 reviewers independently examined the titles and abstract, and if they were deemed to be potentially eligible, they then conducted a full text review. For studies that met all of our inclusion criteria that we just previously outlined, they extracted information on the study design, the participant characteristics, interventions, and the outcomes. We additionally assessed risk of bias on a subset of studies where there was a concentration of literature within either the type of nutrition intervention that was conducted or the cancer type. So for risk of bias, that was a standardized assessment that we conducted to evaluate the extent to which the design or the conduct of a study was likely to have presented bias in the results. And based on those risk of bias tools, we categorized each of the studies where risk of bias was assessed as either having a low risk of bias, which indicated a higher study quality, medium, or a high risk of bias, which indicated a lower study quality. For low and medium risk of bias studies, we then qualitatively summarized the results, showing with an up arrow that the intervention was significantly better than comparison, a down arrow that it was significantly worse, and a side to side indicating that there was no significant difference between the groups. Because there was significant heterogeneity, as you'll see and as we present these results, between the intervention types, the comparator populations, the outcomes that were assessed, as well as the timing of the interventions, meta-analyses were not feasible or appropriate for this review. Next slide, please. I'd like to just briefly go through the included studies. So we identified approximately, as you can see in the second box, 9,100 studies that were identified and reviewed for title and abstract. And among those, approximately 1,000 went on to full text review. At full text review, additional studies were excluded for the reasons indicated in the bottom right-hand box. And in the final systematic review, we included 184 studies from 194 publications. Next slide, please. The majority of those 184 studies did address key questions 1 and 2. Of those 179 specifically addressed key question 1 and 2. Briefly, of those 179 studies, the majority were conducted in an inpatient setting, followed by an outpatient setting as the second most common. Among the type of included participants, the majority received surgery alone for their predominant cancer treatment, followed by receiving multiple therapies such as surgery or chemotherapy, surgery and radiation therapy. As you can see, over half of these studies did not use screening tools to quantify malnourishment. Further, the majority did not report the provider that was either prescribing or delivering the intervention. However, when they did, the most common individual was a dietitian or a nutritionist, followed by multiple providers, which may have been, for example, a physician and a dietitian. For route of administration, most of these interventions were delivered orally, followed by enteral and then parenteral. And then just to highlight, as you can see, the majority of interventions were delivered and tested outside of the US, with only 8 studies conducted in North America. The majority were conducted in either Asia and/or Europe. Next slide, please. I'd like to turn over the slides to my colleague, Dr. Klein, to present the results by key question.
Thanks, Ellen. Thank you, everyone. Key question 1 are the nutrition interventions prior to cancer treatment. Next slide, please. So here's, we're going to go over each question, 1 and 2, and we're going to do a summary of the randomized clinical trials in kind of categories. The first thing we did after a lot of discussion was to figure out how we would actually group these categories. And you'll find that, so in oncology in general, you tend to have a lot of research and academic practices around different disease categories. And you'll see that reflected here. The first categories that really popped out by the numbers and the modalities, especially with treatment and intervention, is head and neck and gastrointestinal for multiple reasons, and we can talk about a little bit later. Then we grouped out multiple cancers, then other cancer types after that. For nutrition intervention and cancer type here, we find that for this particular key question, you can see that the studies are focused right around dietary supplements or some sort of oral nutrition support. And we're focused really in gastrointestinal with really a high risk of bias in many, or a moderate or medium risk of bias. And risk of bias was done in approximately half of the studies. Next. So here we categorize the studies in addition and separately, not just by the cancer type, but by outcomes. So in kind of the oncology world, we really think, the end all main outcome is really overall survival with progression or disease-free survival, depending on the circumstances after that. However, you might have other outcomes that might be important for quality of life and things like that, or you find more intermediate outcomes. So here we categorized them based on the outcomes from the particular study, which included weight or body composition, changes in nutrition status, whatever that's defined as in the paper, adverse events, and you find this is really adverse events with regard to the treatment, whether it be surgery, radiation, chemotherapy, or sometimes people get dual or triple modalities, which makes it hard to interpret. Then readmissions and emergency room visits, and then LOS is length of stay, which you see a lot of length of stay results in these studies. Next slide, please. So here we started out, we'll see, we're going to come up in a few of these slides, we're going to outline, just to highlight a few of the low to medium risk bias studies. First thing I'll turn your attention to is in these studies, you'll see that the N, even though these are randomized controlled trials, the N's have been fairly low, which makes us wonder a little bit about, the statistical analysis going into some of the studies and the power analysis based on the primary outcomes. In these particular studies that were deemed to be, you know, low to moderate and medium risk of bias, they focused around oral supplements or oral carbohydrate supplements. You see, the outcomes are focused mostly around adverse events. The one study by Burden showed that there was an improvement in surgical site infection complications, so that was improved. And then maybe a couple of them with pre-op oral carbohydrate or some sort of enteral impact specific formulation was associated with improved length of stay, so decreased length of stay. Next slide, please. So the key questions were prior to and then during treatment, but there's also a transition period. So we also included here a summary of the studies where you're starting or you're right before treatment, because a lot of people want to try to see if they can, quote, boost the nutrition status prior to treatment. You often hear that a lot in surgery when we want to kind of, quote, optimize the nutrition status prior to surgery or other treatment. And then, but there's also a component of a transition to the maintenance phase. Next slide, please. So here we had a few more studies focused mostly around head and neck, and then predominantly around gastrointestinal, with most of the studies being medium to high risk of bias, and focused predominantly on dietary supplements and nutrition support, with a little bit fewer studies on route or timing of nutrition interventions. Really, there was nothing in special diets, and really only one multi-component intervention. Next slide, please. Here, again, based on the outcomes, predominantly, again, you saw it a little bit across the board, but we're focused here on most of the studies on weight and body composition, adverse events, some survival, which is a little bit better, and then length of stay. Next slide, please. So here's a highlight of a few studies. If we go across the board, it's really focused around, the first study is glutamine versus plus TPN versus TPN, or total parenteral nutrition. Second is omega-free fatty acids versus standard isochloric supplements. And then the third was omega-3 fatty acids versus, with enteral nutrition versus enteral nutrition alone. And the outcomes were really around body weight or composition, adverse events, survival, and length of stay. There is no improvement in the length of stay or survival amongst these. You do see really no other improvements really across the board in adverse events or body composition. Next slide, please. Here in this particular set of summary, so the summary slide, we see 4 studies highlighted here: total parenteral nutrition versus a perioperatively and postoperatively versus the standard practice at that particular site. Second one is pre-op fat emulsion versus no support. Third one is a carbohydrate-based supplementation strategy versus a placebo. And the first is an enteral nutrition strategy versus just dietary advice alone, with really maybe a improvement in survival with total parenteral nutrition for a short period of time in the perioperative setting, with an improvement in complications in that situation, and then maybe for the fatty emulsions, maybe an improvement in complications and wound infection as well for the enteral nutrition strategy. Next slide, please. And then this is key question 2, nutrition interventions during cancer treatment. So either kind of during the chemotherapy, radiation, or kind of after surgery. Next slide, please. So here we've got a few more. This is where a lot of the studies really, more studies fell into this area. We've got a little bit more studies in the head and neck areas, predominantly around dietary supplements, with a few sprinkled in some of the other modalities. And again, predominantly the gastrointestinal cancer strategy, and then with a few in other cancers. This was the big bulk here with 133 studies that fell into this particular key question. Next slide, please. So here across the board, the study outcomes fell within, again, the dietary supplements, the route or timing of nutrition, and the oral nutrition supplements, with a little bit more spread of the categories with regard to weight and body composition, adverse events, and length of studied, and changes in nutrition really being fairly significant, with fewer in the survival assessment category. Next slide, please. So here's, again, summary of some of the lower to medium risk of bias studies. Here we've got a smattering of strategies, including soybean oil, fish oil, glutamine, branched chain amino acids, and an immunoenteral nutrition strategy across the board. And here you see a sprinkling of improvement in length of stay benefits with maybe some improvement in adverse events with regard to quote unquote kind of a systemic inflammatory response and some sort of adverse events or fistula kind of across the board throughout these. There really wasn't any study that didn't have some potential improvement, but they were not they were still fairly heterogeneous group. Next slide, please. And then again, this category is really around here nutrition intervention timings, post-op versus typical tube feeding for a few days. Again, across the board, post-op enteral nutrition versus either some sort of timing or total parenteral nutrition. And here across the board, we do see an improvement in length of stay. And for post-op enteral nutrition in the malnourished state, and post-op enteral nutrition versus post-op total parenteral nutrition, you see improvement in complications and length of stay. But for some of the other ones, but we have some heterogeneity. We don't necessarily see the complications improve across the board. Next slide, please. And then for this one, the category of oral nutrition supplements, we have these are the low and medium risk bias of studies. Really, we see improvements in outcomes for length of stay in early enteral nutrition versus hydration, post-op combination of enteral and parenteral nutrition versus post-op routine parenteral nutrition, and really maybe an improvement in body composition for a couple of post-op strategies. Next slide, please.
All right, thank you, Dr. Klein. Just in summary, as you could see from the overview of our key question 1 and 2, that the overall nutrition interventions really focused on the use of dietary supplements, nutrition support, and the route of timing of nutrition interventions. Again, they were focused mainly in the inpatient setting, being conducted there in gastrointestinal as well as head and neck cancers. In terms of the outcomes, we saw that the outcomes that were most commonly evaluated included changes such as weight and body composition, changes in nutritional status, adverse events, length of and hospital stay, and there were fewer overall studies that looked at readmissions, emergency room visits, and survival. Of note, where we did assess risk of bias, the majority were rated as high risk of bias, which indicated poor study quality, and we'll get into that in future presentations. But overall, the results that we did present in the low and medium risk of bias, they showed overall mixed results on the effect of nutrition interventions across the outcomes of interest. Additionally, there was really high heterogeneity, as you could see, in the types of studies in the populations where these nutrition interventions were delivered, as well as the outcomes that were evaluated. And further, while we weren't able to get into it for this presentation, in future presentations, we'll highlight some of the differences we saw across the definitions and the timing of measurements, even among those nutrition intervention categories that may have seemed like there was more of a concentration of literature in those areas. So overall, that made meta-analysis infeasible for this review. Next slide. Going forward, there are a number of opportunities for future research. As you can see, considering the breadth of nutrition interventions that were presented today, there's an opportunity for a clear conceptual framework that may guide the field in order to understand which interventions may have the most opportunity to influence outcomes. Additionally, the current interventions that were presented really did focus on head and neck and gastrointestinal cancer, so there is an opportunity to identify other cancers with the opportunity that would have either the greatest need or the greatest potential for improved outcomes. Further, there's a significant opportunity for improved methodological rigor, particularly using consistent and transparent reporting you'll see in our future presentations around some of those examples, but even just basic reporting according to, for example, a consort statement. And finally, consistent and transparent use of the validated tools for how malnutrition was assessed, as well as some of the study outcomes, because it was often very challenging to identify those outcomes and how they were evaluated. Next slide. If you're interested in more detail about our results, you can now access the full draft report at the following NIH website, and it's open for a 4-week public comment period, and we invite you to provide comments. Next slide. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Drs. Parson and Klein, for sharing your findings. That was a lot to cover for key question 1 and 2. Thank you. So next we'll hear from Dr. Kunal Kadakia to discuss malnutrition screening in oncology, current issues and future directions. Welcome, Dr. Kadakia.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Sounds great. Yes, sir.
I want to start by thanking NIH for the opportunity to present at this important workshop. I'm a practicing GI medical oncologist, and my research focus is related to supportive care issues within this population. So over the next 15 minutes, I hope to review some of the impact of malnutrition and its identification, and highlight some of the gaps in knowledge and screening that should and could be further explored. I don't have any personal financial conflicts of interest. Next slide. So malnutrition, a relatively generic term that includes more commonly in the cancer setting, undernutrition. Though there have been multiple published reports in non-US settings, this is one of the largest US studies in the prevalence of malnutrition at diagnosis in patients with solid tumor cancers and published last year. In this cohort of about 4,000 patients from 2017 through 2018, about 1/3 of the entire cohort was found to be at high risk for malnutrition at diagnosis. Most notably, we confirmed what was suspected is that the significant variation in malnutrition prevalence reported in the literature is largely based on the site of the primary cancer and the stage of the disease. As shown, the majority of patients with upper GI cancers, such as pancreas and gastroesophageal, reported malnutrition, and nearly half of patients with lower GI, thoracic, and head and neck cancers reported the same before any treatment was undertaken. So why is this relevant? Next slide, please. What we know is that malnutrition and anorexia are not only associated with poor nutritional intake, but the underlying cancer and the host or the patient's response leads to numerous pro-inflammatory changes, typified by the hypermetabolic wasting syndrome of cachexia, which often coexists with sarcopenia, which is a complex syndrome of muscle dysfunction. So how does this all affect our patients? Next slide. For starters, sarcopenia is associated itself with increased toxicity to anti-cancer therapeutics. These are just some data showing that patients with sarcopenia compared to those without have significantly rates of dose-limiting toxicity. Increased toxicity leads to poor quality of life, and in the potentially curative setting leads to early discontinuation of such treatment. Next slide, please. Most importantly, weight loss is independently associated with death. This is a large and important study of over 8,000 patients from Canada and Europe, where they found that baseline BMI, when elevated, is prognostically favorable, but the more weight loss prior to diagnosis is prognostically unfavorable, and that survival depends on both factors. Based on these data, Dr. Martin and her colleagues proposed a staging system incorporating baseline BMI in 5 weight loss categories that clearly identify outcomes as shown in their cohort of gastroesophageal patients. Next slide, please. Additionally, these are data from our own group led by Dr. Becca Greiner, who has shown that even within a disease such as breast cancer, where the prevalence of malnutrition is relatively low, changes in body composition such as sarcopenia at diagnosis independently influence survival. So if all of this is well described, what then is the issue? Next slide. Everything I've shown you thus far is retrospective in nature, in that when we identify patients after the fact, it's clear that weight loss, sarcopenia, and cachexia are associated with poor outcomes. Despite this, in practice, we are quite poor at identifying those with weight loss. In fact, a study of over 300 patients with GI cancers, most with moderate or severe evidence of malnutrition when formally assessed by a nutritionist, found that over 40% of the treating oncologists noted that those same patients had no evidence of malnutrition. Now, this is not because of careless clinicians, but we need to remember that malnutrition and cachexia might have a different face in current times. And this is partly related to the BMI of the population, which has increased dramatically. And patients might be profoundly sarcopenic and dying of cachexia, but might not look overtly malnourished. In the absence of clear objective findings on labs or an exam, it's easy for a clinician, including one such as myself who is interested in this issue, to overlook potential malnutrition during a high-intensity cancer. So what should we do? Next slide, please. As with any negative prognostic variable in oncology, the ability to identify the problem and potentially intervene early is one method that might reduce the negative downstream effects. So these are recent estimate guidelines strongly suggesting screening with the goal to detect nutritional disturbances in an early stage and routinely evaluate nutritional status, weight change, and BMI. Following screening, if there is identified risk for malnutrition, patients should be formally evaluated with objective and quantitative assessments of nutritional intake, nutritional impact symptoms, and extent of associated debility. Both of these, as you can see, have strong strengths of recommendation due to their clear clinical implications. But the reality is that the level of evidence supporting doing this screening and assessment remains low and underlies the need for further study. So how do we currently screen and assess in practice? Next slide, please. So there are a variety of tools that can be considered when screening for malnutrition in the clinical setting. The patient-generated subjective global assessment, or PGSGA, is one such tool and is often considered the gold standard of malnutrition screening. However, it's more time-consuming compared to other tools as it involves both patient-generated reporting, as seen here, which includes aspects of patients' recent weight, food intake, symptom burden, and functional status, but also includes, next slide, scoring of percent weight loss, comorbidities, metabolic domain, and physical examination from a dedicated such as either a nutritionist or a physician or therapist trained in this tool. Next slide. The benefits of the PGSGA evaluation, that it has been well validated in a number of populations of patients with cancer, as well as in a variety of ages and in the inpatient setting, and it provides an assessment of nutritional symptoms that can potentially be intervened upon. And there is a short form version available. However, it does require a well-trained individual, does not include an evaluation of sarcopenia, and can take 5 to 10 minutes to complete. So how about other shorter screening tools? Next slide. Next slide, please. Other tools such as the malnutrition screening tool, or MST, that we utilize at the Living Cancer Institute are much shorter and incorporate a few patient-reported questions as shown, such as the degree of weight loss and the presence of a poor appetite or anorexia. Next slide, please. Though quick and validated in certain ambulatory oncological settings, and it is sensitive, such a short evaluation does not include assessment of nutritional impact symptoms and is certainly more susceptible to false positive findings. Next slide. Other tools have been developed and validated in certain populations and incorporate a variety of domains that overlap, such as weight, food intake, and functional status to different extents. The idea, of course, being if a patient screens positive, they undergo a formal nutritional assessment, which can include, again, estimation of food intake and need, evaluation of body composition, lab testing in certain situations, physical and psychosocial functioning, with the goal to provide a personalized nutritional recommendation. So the question is this done routinely in the US? Next slide. So the answer is really no. In fact, this is survey data from 143 institutions, including those with NCI designation, and nearly 50% do not even screen for malnutrition. Most notably, there was inadequate dietitian services available, with the average dietitian to patient ratio of 1 dietitian for every 2,300 new cancer patients. And we're a little bit more fortunate, certainly at my institution. However, there are mandates from bodies like the Association of Community Cancer Centers and Commission on Cancer who recommend that at-risk patients have dietitian access throughout their cancer care. However, the truth is that most US patients with cancer receive ambulatory care in which nutrition is the individual responsibility of each healthcare facility. Therefore, if a single dietitian covers multiple treatment centers or treatment facilities, the accreditation guidelines are met, but effective intervention and follow-up are likely limited, delayed, or practically non-existent. So financial barriers are also evident as dietitians compete for limited cancer resources with those that are either mandatory, such as psychosocial support, or revenue generating, such as rehabilitation. And dietitian services are often not reimbursed by private insurance. So what can we do? Next slide. Though the NCCN mandates psychosocial distress screening, there is no such mandate as has been discussed for malnutrition screening. At our institution, we incorporated the malnutrition screening tool into our own electronic distress screening in 2017 and created a workflow for all patients who screen positive to undergo an automatic electronic dietitian review before taking a formal nutritional assessment, if indicated. Though this initiative has been effective, certain cancers certainly require more nuanced nutritional assessments. Next slide. So this is work from one of my colleagues, Dr. John Salo, one of our surgical colleagues, one of our surgical oncologists specializing in esophageal cancer, who has shown that preoperative strength, which is one of the functional sequelae of malnutrition and sarcopenia, was not only associated with increased risk of postoperative pneumonia, but also, as shown, with short and long-term mortality following esophagectomy. We now use patients' hand strength as one metric to help assist prognosticate patients prior to esophagectomies. This kind of work highlights the clear need for optimizing nutritional and functional assessment in targeted populations. Next slide. In summary, despite malnutrition in cancer being quite common and consistently associated with poor outcomes, it's rarely identified in clinical practice. Moreover, screening for malnutrition in the US, including at NCI designated sites, is inconsistent and practiced very widely. Additionally, access to dedicated dietitian support nationally is very limited. With that, I want to close with a few key recommendations for future research. Next slide. As it relates to malnutrition screening, it's imperative to convene an interdisciplinary working group to establish what minimal standards for nutritional screening should be in the US. Further, we need to validate which screening tools and in what specific oncological settings are most predictive of meaningful outcomes. Given the prognostic significance of body composition, prospective studies demonstrating the feasibility, for example, of sarcopenia screening in targeted populations should be conducted and funded. Additionally, enhancing the role of electronic screening tools, which incorporate nutritional impact symptoms assessment, should be studied. Next slide. As it relates to dietitian access and integration, clinical studies to optimize workflow for early incorporation of dietetic support in the highest nutritional risk populations in cancer should be undertaken. And finally, standardizing assessment metrics, as has been discussed earlier in the workshop, such as caloric needs and what are thresholds for body composition and hand grip strength, are certainly needed as well. So with that, I want to thank the NIH and all the participants for the opportunities. Certainly my research collaborators at SCI and beyond, and all my patients that teach and humble me every day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Kadakia, presenting on malnutrition screening in oncology. Next, we will have Dr. Marcus Da Silva Gonçalves with the presentation on cachexia from animal models to clinic. Welcome, Dr. Da Silva Gonçalves. Sorry, I just butchered your name.
No worries, no worries. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much to the ODP, the NIH, and the organizers, including Elizabeth, Keisha, Elaine, and Catherine, for all your hard work putting together this important workshop over the past several months. I'm an endocrinologist and basic scientist who routinely cares for patients with cachexia in my clinical practice. And we also research cachexia using clinical samples and animal models. And I have the arduous task of introducing cachexia, which is a very large topic, in about 15 minutes. Next slide. Here are my disclosures. I'm an ad hoc consultant for Pfizer, Novartis, and Scorpion Therapeutics. I'm also a co-founder, shareholder, and consultant for Faith Therapeutics, and their mission is to combine dietary interventions with pharmaceutical therapies. Next slide. So in my view, there are several major knowledge gaps for the field of cachexia, some of which have already been alluded to today, including what are the main drivers for cachexia in humans, what are the major factors or clinical subtypes of cachexia that occur, what are the appropriate cachexia outcomes for clinical studies, and what are the most appropriate preclinical models and how do we use them? And so we'll try to address some of these gaps in this presentation. Next slide. So cancer cachexia is a disabling wasting condition, and I'd like to thank Mary for priming you all earlier today on the lack of specificity and the definition and large overlap with other conditions such as unintentional weight loss, sarcopenia, frailty, protein calorie malnutrition, all which have specific diagnosis codes here in the US, and actually makes it very confusing for clinicians in the office to diagnose these entities. But the most accepted practical definition is more than 5% weight loss over 6 months, or more than 2% weight loss when the BMI is already low, or there are markers of sarcopenia. And cachexia affects over 80% of patients with cancer, which is about roughly 8 million patients with cancer worldwide. And it is known to severely impair quality of life, limit cancer treatment. Back one slide. And also directly contribute to overall mortality. A lot is known about cachexia from the animal models, specifically the mechanisms of wasting that occur in the skeletal muscle and adipose tissue have been very well defined. However, really the upstream mediators still remain unknown. Now, in my clinical practice, we really get asked these questions all the time from patients, which is why am I losing weight? Why am I not hungry? Why am I feeling so tired? And their family members are very concerned. In fact, it's most often the number one concern of the family members is how they can help support their family member undergoing cancer therapy. Next slide. So why treat cachexia? So if we had an effective treatment of cachexia, it is predicted to prolong the duration of anti-cancer therapy since most treatments are stopped because of weight loss or poor performance status. It would prevent treatment complications since cachexia is associated with adverse outcomes from surgery and systemic therapy. It would improve physical function and overall quality of life, and it would also could potentially improve overall mortality itself. Next slide. So cachexia actually starts pre-diagnosis, which makes it difficult to get an accurate assessment of how much weight is lost at the time of diagnosis, since at some centers, they're only seeing patients at the first time when they get referred after a cancer diagnosis. And so here's some data from Weill Cornell and UT Southwestern showing the degree of weight loss that may occur before diagnosis. And so these patients were followed at the same site and body weights were acquired and compared to how much weight loss occurs at the time of diagnosis. And you can see that in patients with lung cancer from a cohort of early stage patients, about 40% of patients have more than 5% weight loss at the time of diagnosis. Some even have up to 20% weight loss. And these were patients that actually underwent surgery. And I think if the surgeon at the time was aware that the patient had lost 20%, you know, they likely would have essentially reconsidered their approach. And in gastrointestinal diseases, the same is true, that patients have roughly 10% weight loss at the time of diagnosis, and that prevalence is about 30% with early stage patients. Next slide. And this is visually why this may be missed. So 5% weight loss, you know, can be easily missed if somebody is not looking for it. And this subtle weight loss may be even appreciated by the patient. And they may think that they're doing changes in their lifestyle, like healthy eating, are leading to this. But actually, as cachexia progresses, this becomes much more severe. Next slide. So the mechanisms of cachexia are broad and include reduction in food intake or anorexia, processes that lead to hypermetabolism, tissue hypoxia, inflammation, the degree of immobility, which may cause disuse atrophy, changes to the microbiome, and then tumor secreted factors. And this leads to atrophy and breakdown processes in the skeletal muscle and adipose tissue, which ultimately lower the fuel reserves of the body and may promote fatigue, frailty, immobility, malnutrition, sarcopenia, and weakness. Next slide. And as we've heard from other speakers, there are various ways at which you can achieve 5% weight loss. And here I've just tried to highlight some of the specific processes that may be occurring that lead to unintentional weight loss. And that includes anorexia, pain and depression, endocrine disease, malabsorption. And really it takes an astute clinician to be ruling out these factors and treating them appropriately in order to identify really the underlying cause. Next slide. Next slide. So part of my lab uses animal models to try to identify cachexia mechanisms and cachexia therapy. So I'd just like to take you through one of those models. The most commonly used model is where cancer cell lines are implanted subcutaneously in an animal, and then that tumor develops here, indicated by this orange ball. And then roughly 3 to 4 weeks later, those tumor cells are releasing cachectic factors, which may induce weight loss, changes in muscle mass and fat mass, low physical function. And in most of these models, anorexia is not present, but there are a few out there where anorexia may or may not occur. And then there are genetically engineered mouse models where you induce the tumors and they kind of naturally develop in the lungs. Here, the induction is done by an adenovirus, which the mice inhale, and that activates driver mutations in the lungs. And then over the course of 3 or 4 months, the animals develop endogenous tumors and then experience different factors, functions that lead to weight loss. Next slide. So here's a proposed pipeline in which we could move towards to use the animal models better. And this is what our lab has tried to strive for, which is performing careful phenotyping of the animal to identify the phenotypic characteristics of each model, which model has anorexia, which model has fat loss, which model has muscle mass loss, and then do unbiased discovery methods like RNA sequencing, and then validate and target these through interventions. Next slide. So here's an example from a genetically engineered lung cancer model, which we like to use, where at time 0, the mice were induced to have tumors by giving this inhalational adenovirus. And then each of these individual lines, which are kind of jumbled up together, is one individual animal over time as they experience weight loss. And then on the y-axis, you could see the degree of weight which they lose, here showing 20 to 30% weight loss, which is our endpoint criteria. And all the animals in red are animals that we call cachexia, because in this model, a weight loss of 15% is considered cachexia based on some metabolic factors, which we've previously published. And we could see that in this late phase is when the animals begin to lose lean mass and fat mass at the whole body level. Next slide. We could single house these animals and measure their food intake and spontaneous activity. And we could see that the cachectic animals, whether they're at a thermal neutral temperature or at room temperature, experience a reduction in food intake and also a reduction in physical activity. Next slide. So we use those as physical parameters in our studies, endpoints for cachexia treatment. We also can assess the degree of tumor burden in which these animals have. And so each of these bullet points is an animal, and we can measure their total lung mass, which is a surrogate for tumor burden. And we see that on the y-axis, their degree of weight loss does have a correlation with lung mass. However, it's a very weak correlation. And actually in the entire degree of tumor burden, going all the way from almost a normal sized lung, which is about 200 milligrams in this model, all the way up to over 1,000 milligrams of tumor, you can get cachexia at this entire spectrum. So really, what is the difference between the cachectic tumors and non-cachectic tumors? Next slide. So we have done RNA sequencing on tumors that come from mice with or without cachexia. And we have been able to identify differences in these expression profiles. And one of the factors that we were excited about when we did this analysis was this gene inhibin A, which codes for activin A, which has previously been implicated as a cachectic factor. Next slide. And so we validated that this activin A was actually increased in the cachectic animals by measuring it in the serum. And we also measured it in a cohort of patients with lung cancer from Weill Cornell, and we found that it was also increased. And other groups have also shown that activin A is highly increased in patients with lung cancer and correlates with poor outcomes. Next slide. So we developed an intervention that would target both activin A and the anorexia. And so we used a combination therapy of anamorelin, which is a ghrelin receptor agonist, which is approved in Japan for the treatment of cachexia, and also currently under studies here and elsewhere in the US to gain approval. And we combined that with a compound that targets activin A and family members. Next slide. And this is a typical RCT design for the animals. So we take a large number of animals and we induce them. And then once they reach a weight loss criteria, here 10%, we can randomize them to different arms, one of them being a control arm where they get a control antibody, one of them being anamorelin alone, just to target appetite, and the last will be the combination therapy. And then we can treat them for 2 weeks and assess the changes in weight loss, food intake, activity, and survival. Next slide. And so this is a typical readout from one of our studies. And the black dots are all the food intake and the body weight of each animal at the start of therapy, at the time of randomization. And the open circles are at the endpoint, which is 2 weeks later. And you can see that this intervention, anamorelin slightly worked at improving food intake. However, the combination of anamorelin and the ActR2B FC really significantly increased food intake. And similarly with weight loss, we see actually a significant decrease in weight in the control animals and a decrease in weight in the anamorelin. However, the combination therapy really had this large population that were able to reverse weight loss. And I highlight the animals on the top. Next slide. Because those were all the female mice. So this was an unexpected finding in this study, is that all female mice that we treated dramatically responded and none of the male mice responded. And so we have subsequently went back and repowered our studies and performed them on female only mice. And we were able to see that this combination of interventions is highly effective, yet only in the female mice. And so we're still working through why that is the case. Next slide. And this combination was able to improve fat mass and improve lean mass in the animals, and also increased overall survival. And I should note that in this model, this improvement in overall survival is comparable to what you get with immunotherapy or chemotherapy. And so we are very eager to combine this combination therapy with those anti-cancer therapies to really dramatically, hopefully, improve survival. Next slide. And we mined the data from the TCGA database, and we're very surprised to see that the association of activin A expression with overall survival is only present in the female population and not the males, just like in our animals. Next slide. And so this is a promising preclinical data to move to clinical translational study. There are compounds available that can mimic what we found in animals, including anamorelin and activin A antibody, and we would love to try to move this forward to clinical studies. Next slide. And so, I consider a cachexia diagnosis as a sensitive but not specific diagnosis that needs further evaluation and clarification. I believe the animal models should be matched to appropriate clinical subsets of patients. We can screen for cachectic factors in humans, which may be helpful, and targeting both anorexia and tumor-secreted factors that lead to cachexia can reverse weight loss in female mice, and maybe these combination therapies are needed in human studies. Next slide. And I'd just like to thank all of our funders and collaborators, and happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gonsalves, for your presentation on cachexia. We now will welcome Dr. Walter Longo to discuss fasting, mimicking diets, and cancer prevention and treatment. You may begin, Dr. Longo.
Okay, thank you, and thank you to the organizers. So I'll get going with my slides. Okay, so I'll be talking about fasting, and particularly fasting mimicking diet. So I'll move to the opposite direction and talk about, there's been research on dietary restriction and calorie restriction for over 100 years, and a lot of it has actually been on cancer. And so I'll say a few things about, next slide. I'll say a few things about prevention and treatment. And first, my disclosure statement, I have equity interest in Nutra, a company that makes medical food. Next slide. And so, yes, I'll say a few words about something that is understudied, in my opinion, which is how can nutrition protect patients, mice, and then eventually patients, from chemotherapy, radiotherapy, immunotherapy, side effects. A lot of these therapies have severe side effects, or at least a portion of patients have severe side effects. There is not very much done in that domain. Then I'll talk about periodic fasting in cancer prevention. And then most of my talk will be about mice and human data on using fasting mimicking diet, mimicking diet in making therapies. All kinds of therapies work better, and in some cases a lot better. And then finally address what's been talked about mostly until now, which is what about lean body mass, cachexia, et cetera, sarcopenia, et cetera. Next slide. So we started a long time ago, actually doing something very counterintuitive, especially to the crowd that is following this workshop. And it was my suggestion to some graduate students, why don't you starve the mice before you give them lethal doses of cisplatin and doxorubicin chemotherapy. And you see on the left, the red line is mice that have been starved, or let's say fasted, to use a better technical word, being fasted for 2 to 3 days before receiving high dose cisplatin. And the right is the red line is the same, but before receiving high dose doxorubicin. And you see that all the mice that were on normal diet died, and all the mice that were on a fasted diet survived, right? So, and also if you look below at the weights, you don't see what you expect, right? So you see that the fasted, on the left, you see that both group of mice of diets regain weight, and on the right with doxorubicin, you only see that you see actually the fasting group, the red one, doing better after a couple of weeks. So this fasting doesn't necessarily mean sarcopenia, cachexia, et cetera, et cetera. In fact, now we're collaborating with Fabio Penna with cachectic rats and mouse. Next slide. So we started with water-only fasting, a clinical trial in Norris Cancer Center back in 2009, 2010 or so. And the oncologists were very worried, and the patients were very worried. And so we decided to stop basically water-only fasting, and went to the NCI and the NIA and asked for funding to develop something that the patients could eat and it will have the effects of water-only fasting. So we developed the fasting mimicking diet. And the targets, for lots of reasons, some of which I'll discuss, were IGF-1, IGF-BP1, glucose, and ketone bodies. So we were trying to achieve changes in those equivalent to the water-only fasting. And this was achieved with a low calorie, low sugar, low protein, high fat, plant-based FMD. I'll call it FMD from now on. Next slide. Yeah, so first, a couple of slides on prevention. And Sebastian and Yang in the lab took middle-aged mice and then took this fasting mimicking diet twice a month for 4 days. And it did cycles starting at 16 months and going all the way to 20 months. And you see that the white blood cell count drops with aging in these mice. But if they were receiving the cycles of the fasting mimicking diet, this seems to have a rejuvenating effect, increasing the white blood cell count and also increasing the lymphoid-myeloid ratio, which I'm not showing. Next slide. And this accompanies this, so the mice, again, starting at 16 months of age, receiving this twice a month fasting mimicking diet cycles. the tumors are reduced by 45%. And you see the gray dots are tumors in the control group, and the red squares are the tumors in the FMD group. So 45% less tumors lifelong, but also a postponement of the tumor. So next slide. Then the question was, what about treatment? Can we use this in cancer treatment? So we did lots of studies, and now there's tens of papers on this subject. Next slide. And I'll just show you one that I think it was very impressive. The last is a study by a Swiss group using lung cancer model, and the right is our own work using a breast cancer, triple negative 41 breast cancer. And just I want you to focus on the cancer-free survival. So how many mice? What's the percentage of mice that will have a very long lifespan, probably cancer-free, by receiving chemo or fasting alone? And the answer is either none or very little, about 20%, using certain sort of low-grade cancer model. Next slide. But then the combination of fasting or fasting-mimicking diet and chemotherapy, now you see the 60% cancer-free survival. So the two together become very effective. Next slide. And part of this is and this is our own work, but also the work by Guido Kromer at the same time showed that if you look at the bottom of the figure, these are tumor-infiltrated lymphocytes, and the white is the FMD, and the gray is the doxorubicin, and the last column is FMD plus doxorubicin. So you see that the tumor-infiltrated lymphocytes are much higher when we combine, as I just showed you in the previous slide, when you combine the FMD with the chemotherapy. And this is also true. Next slide. This is also true for melanoma and other cancer types. So again, only the dual treatment is causing this immunotherapy-like response. Next slide. And this is just the demonstration that, in fact, it is CD8. So if we knock down CD8 cells, the tumor grows much quicker. Next slide. Yeah, so then what about other therapy? So hormone therapy. In this case, we matched what's done in the clinic. So we use fulvestrant or tamoxifen plus CDK4/6 inhibitors. And you see that the gray curve is basically showing that if the mice are having estrogen receptor positive breast cancer models, if you look at the gray curve, you see that eventually the tumor becomes resistant to this dual drug treatment, and the mice die, and you see that by age 160 or so days, they're all dead. But if we add the two drugs and plus the fasting-mimicking diet, now not only the tumor doesn't become resistant, it starts undergoing regression, and eventually lots of the tumors start disappearing, and you see at age 160, all the mice are alive. And also very interestingly, and maybe explaining why this is happening, on the right, if you look at the graph on the right, these are cells that have become resistant, and we let them become resistant under the two-drug intervention. And then we start with the FMD, where you see these two gray bars, and the tumor goes in the opposite direction, starts regressing. And why is that? And this is why it's so powerful. This nutrition has been the power of nutrition has been underestimated. And it's so powerful because we demonstrated actually in this paper that it was because the reduction of insulin, leptin, and IGF-1, right? So all three had to be reduced for this FMD to be effective in causing this cancer regression. Next slide. So yeah, addressing patients. And so this is 28 patients, 2 different clinical trials in Milan and University of Geneva. And here we were focused on the problems, right, and the side effects. And so you see the hand grip. This is patients doing 8 cycles of the fasting-mimicking diet about once a month. And this is a 5-day fasting-mimicking diet. It's about 1,100 calories, going all the way down to about 200 calories for days 2, 3, 4. And so hand grip strength stays the same for many months. And actually, when we look at muscle function by looking at phase angle, this went up, so did the lean body mass, and went up. And we think it went up, and we've shown this for multiple clinical trials with the FMD. But in this case, we also advise the women to do a light training exercise. We provided a video, and they had to follow this light training, muscle training exercise for 20 minutes a day, I believe for 5 days a week or so. And so you see at the far right, the fat mass goes down. And then below that, you see that the same as we are achieving with the mice, we are achieving in the clinical trial. So IGF-1, leptin, and insulin and ketone bodies are all changed in both trials in a way that is consistent with the changes we see in mice. Next slide. So then the last mouse part, so this is the work by Julia, we just published this, and this has to do with escape pathways. So starvation is forcing the cancer cells to desperately try a way out, right? And that's what I call starvation escape pathways. The normal cells know exactly what to do. They've evolved to be able to respond to starvation for very long periods. And I hate to say it to this crowd, but most people can go a couple of months with no food at all and just water. And not that we're recommending that, but certainly that's what's known. And so when Julia starved, fasted the mice having this 41 triple negative breast cancer, you see these pathways activated, and this RNA-seq I'm showing on the right. And so these pathways, two of the pathways activated or three of the pathways activated are TOR, PI3 kinase, and CDK4/6. Next slide. And so the idea is do RNA-seq on the tumor, identify the escape pathways, and then intervene with drugs, in this case, drugs blocking TOR and drugs blocking PI3 kinase in combination with the FMD. And again, as we've seen, and this is a triple negative, as we've seen for the ER-positive cancer, now we can reverse we can cause the regression of the tumor. But interestingly, it matters whether the fasting mimicking diet, there's a pre-treatment of the fasting mimicking diet, and it matters because of cancer stem cells. Next slide. And so if the cancer is pre-treated with the fasting mimicking diet, and then the fasting mimicking diet plus the treat drugs are used, then we see long-term regression. And the reason is that the FMD is causing, is having differential effects on the cancer, differentiated cancer cells and the cancer stem cells. And in the cancer stem cells, it's actually hurting their stemness, so their ability to generate lots of stem cells by reducing glucose, reducing PK activity, and changing the activity of some of these regulator of stemness. Next slide. Yeah, so clinical trials, next slide. So the first one, I mean, there's more than 10 trials now being completed, and most of them are positive. And this one is by Charité, Andreas Mikkelson, looking at ovarian cancer, breast cancer. Next slide. And basically, this trial is showing that if patients were receiving a fasting mimicking diet together with chemotherapy, the cycle 1, 2, 3 of chemotherapy, there was no decrease in the quality of life, lots of different measures of quality of life during the 3 cycles. Next slide. But if they were given a normal diet, now you see a decrease in multiple measures of quality of life. Next slide. And this is another randomized trial, Leiden University, 125 patients, HER2 negative stage 2, 3. And you see here that the patients that, regardless of how many cycles of the fasting mimicking diet they did with chemotherapy, the portion of non-responding patient was decreased by about 3-fold. And if you look at the per protocol, then the portion is decreased by about 5-fold, going from 27% of non-responder or stable disease to 5%. Next slide. And this also matches very well the pathology in the tumor. So Miller Pain 4-5. So looking at tumor that are either 90% cancer-free to 100% cancer-free, you see that the patients that were compliant to all cycles of chemotherapy with the FMD had the best response, almost over 50%, and it's going down if they did half of the cycles with the FMD, and then go down a lot if they were compliant to none of the cycles of the chemotherapy together with the FMD. Next slide. And so why we think it's so important to introduce science-based interventions like this is because you see the fasting mimicking diet is affecting glucose, affecting IGF-1, insulin, It's causing increase of reactive oxygen species, specifically in the cancer cells, not in the normal cells. And also, we're starting to see evidence for protection of the normal cells, and also really very little evidence for cachexia, et cetera. So next slide. So obviously, as pointed out by Dr. Collins earlier, the FDA trials are necessary, and also I didn't talk about it, but it's a lot of trials on ketogenic diets. So we're very interested, and many people are very interested in combining fasting making diet with a continuous ketogenic diet, and we want to see how different cancers respond. And also, of course, this is open to lots of preclinical studies on the FMD and fasting. So now is a great opportunity to do lots of clinical trials. And finally, of course, we need to identify problem areas. So is there areas where fasting or FMD could make things worse? We haven't seen this very much thus far, but probably there are places where things get worse, and we need to identify those. And the next slide, I just thank the people that work on this, and the NCI and the NIA, and also the Italian Association for Cancer Research.
Thank you, Dr. Longo. What a great presentation. We've had a lot of great presentations today. We're now going to take a 5-minute break. We originally had a 10-minute break, but we're a little bit behind in our schedule. If you all can just return so that we may begin on time with our next panel, please just take your 5-minute break. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I hope that you had a brief moment to stretch your legs. Let's dive right back into our workshop agenda. Now we're going to actually welcome Dr. Colleen Spies, who will moderate our opening speaker panel to discuss nutrition intervention studies, challenges, and opportunities. I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Spies.
Thank you very much. You can go to the next slide, please. And I have no disclosure, so next slide. So thank you so much for introducing me and also inviting me to participate in such an incredibly important and timely workshop. I'm very excited to moderate this panel, but first I just wanted to remind everyone of the key question. What is the effect of nutrition interventions before and during cancer treatment in preventing negative treatment outcomes in adults who have or at risk for malnutrition? So like our expert panel, next slide, please. I am well aware of the complexities and challenges inherent in conducting nutrition trials. Here is one example of a current randomized clinical trial that's underway at 4 cancer centers across the nation. And to our knowledge, this trial called NutriCare is the first RCT to evaluate the impact of full integration of home-delivered, medically tailored meals plus remote nutrition counseling in vulnerable adults diagnosed with lung cancer. In this very novel trial, we are measuring outcomes for 8 months, spanning the continuum through treatment and post-active cancer treatment. And our measurements include malnutrition risk, diet quality, food security, quality of life, treatment-related toxicities, interruptions in treatment, depression, anxiety, and even the microbiome. So our preliminary data is very encouraging, and we're so excited to see the final results that will inform hopefully future trials. And these types of trials are desperately needed that include whole foods and dietary patterns. And these can even affect a paradigm shift in not just the current clinical standard of care for nutrition and oncology, but as also public policy across the entire cancer continuum. Next slide, please. So now I have the honor of introducing this incredible panel of nutrition interventionists. Each were intentionally selected to provide a unique perspective on conducting nutrition-related clinical trials. First, you will hear from Dr. Syed Kazmi. He is an assistant professor in the Department of Internal Medicine, Division of Hematology and Oncology at UT Southwestern Medical Center. And as a clinician, he focuses on developing quality improvement projects with teams focused on clinically relevant problems, especially in resource-poor settings. Next, you'll hear from Dr. Carla Prado. She's a professor at University of Alberta in Canada and the director of the Human Nutrition Research Unit. The focus of her research is to develop targeted nutrition interventions for the prevention and treatment of low muscle mass in patients with diverse conditions. And last, you'll hear in this panel from Dr. Jill Hamilton Reeves, who's a professor at the University of Kansas Medical Center. Her research is focused on large-scale and highly collaborative team science nutrition intervention trials in bladder and prostate cancer. Next slide, and I'll pass it off to Dr. Kazmi.
Thank you very much, Dr. Spies, for your kind introduction. Today, I'll be discussing how quality improvement principles can be used in increasing the access to dietitian services in challenging clinical settings. Before I begin, I do want to thank the people that made this work possible, including the clinical dietitian, Ms. Mary Pat Hodges, Shelley Hardy, and our clinical research fellow, Dr. Nicholas Levignac. Next slide, please. So my goal is to convince you at the end of this meeting is that we can, use quality improvement principles in the field of nutrition as well. So we know that gastrointestinal cancer patients have among the highest rate of malnutrition. This mainly happens because they present with obstruction, as in the case of gastric or colorectal cancer, or they present with malabsorption in the case of pancreatic and biliary cancer. Plus also chemotherapy toxicity can be higher in such patients and can contribute to further weight loss. We also know that early intervention can help these patients maintain their weight, tolerate their treatments better, and then eventually improve outcomes. The background for developing this QI project was an observation that patients in the GI cancer clinic were being evaluated by a clinical dietitian much later in their course of their care when interventions would not be very helpful. So the first step, we decided to get a baseline percentage of patients that were referred to clinical dietitian services in a month. And we found that of all the GI cancer patients that we were seeing, only 5 to 7% of those patients were seen in the clinic. This is, in comparison to our expectation that 1/3 of our patients suffered from malnutrition. So we aimed to increase the access to dietitian services for our patients with GI cancers to 25% from our baseline of 5% over the 12 months period. And the setting was mainly a county hospital associated with UT Southwestern Cancer Center. The first step was, we reached out to our clinic leadership, and they were actually very happy with this project and wanted to, develop a QI project so that we can utilize these resources. We first created a multidisciplinary team, which was led by a registered dietitian. Important members of the team were myself, the clinical resident, the registered nurses, and electronic medical record representatives. We held meetings initially every week, then every other week afterwards, conducting root cause analysis, and sort of identified 3 top main strategies that we thought will help increase our access to dietitian services. First of all, in resource poor setting, the nutrition resources were being shared between the inpatient and the outpatient setting. So we first petitioned for a dedicated person for an outpatient clinical oncology setting. The leadership was helpful, and then they were able to create a position, and we were able to hire a person working only as outpatient. Then, we also wanted to make it easier for the physicians to place the referrals. So in that reason, we identified a validated malnutrition screening tool and worked with our information resources department to incorporate that tool in the electronic medical records. This tool was to be implemented by the by the nursing staff, so it had to be within the normal clinic flow, and then it would create a prompt if that was abnormal, and the physician would get that prompt to place a referral for a dietitian. And then, afterwards, once we started that, we already had started seeing some improvement, but then, we held multidisciplinary meetings with the physicians, with clinic staff to make sure that we could sustain the benefits that we had obtained. Next slide, please. So we we modified a malnutrition screening tool for our purposes. Our main goal was, because we were very limited in the number of personnel, we wanted to identify the patient at the highest risk of clinical need. So we sort of chose like a 3-month time period where if the patient had lost weight, then they will be incorporated into the, a referral will be placed. Using, different PDSA cycles, the first PDSA cycle, we hired the full-time registered dietitian, and we already noticed that there was an increase in the referral once the person was hired. Then after creating incorporating the MST tool in our EMR system, we found that there was an increase in the number of patients that were being referred using that tool. Then later on, by the end of near the end of our quality improvement project, we realized that there was a slight dip. So we then conducted new staff education. The main issue was that the new staff was being hired and they were not initially familiar with the with the questionnaire. So we had to sort of retrain them so they could use that in their clinical flow. Next slide, please. We also, wanted to assess if our quality improvement project had some meaningful impact on patients. So we looked at some of the new patients that we had seen in the GI clinic, and then over a span of 3-month time period, we wanted to see how their weight stabilized or not, if there were any changes in their other clinical parameters. So this was again not done retrospectively on the patients that we had initially seen, and we realized that overall the patients who had been through the dietitian services, they had stability of their weight and their lab parameters looked stable. There were several challenges that we faced during this QI project. There was a high clinic staff turnover requiring frequent re-education. So we try to tackle that by at least being part of the daily huddle initially, and then at least once every 2 weeks, reach out to the nursing staff and to all the new hires and educate them about the tool. There was also, difficulty with combining a provider and dietitian visit to facilitate ease of patient follow-ups. Cancer patients are already undergoing several visits. So we tried our best to make sure that we could do the same visit the same day when the patient is coming to visit a provider or getting their chemotherapies. The challenges in regards to the EMR included initially, utilizing the common resource that is there. So there was a time wait in creating that questionnaire, and then incorporating and starting its utilization. And then we were able to eventually, get frequent data from them in regards to the utilization of that tool. In regards to trying to answer the question how our intervention helped, we noticed that there was a lack of a control group. We could not, not have a patient see a dietitian if they otherwise, were at high risk. So we used patients as their internal controls for that. And the last but not the least, I think expansion to other cancer clinics is an ongoing process. Next slide, please. So the key, messages from this topic is that, early recognition and intervention is critical to preserve nutrition status in patients with GI cancers. EMR-based malnutrition tool is feasible. However, it needs a long-term commitment in regards to continuous education of the staff. And then QI principle can be utilized in clinical practice to improve access to dietitian services in the care of cancer patients, especially in resource-poor setting. Thank you very much.
You can go to the next slide.
Next one, please. Hi, everyone. I will address the knowledge gaps and opportunities related to randomized control feeding trials, which are directly and indirectly related to the research question that we are discussing now. And here we have a summary of the points that I'll be discussing in the next slide. So next slide, please. And the example that I'll be using today is related to unpublished data of a trial we have very recently completed, which is the PRIME study. So this is a randomized control pilot trial investigating the feasibility of high protein diet to halt muscle loss in patients with colorectal cancer. So what we're doing is comparing the minimal recommended for patients, 1 versus 2 grams of protein per kilogram body weight per day. And that was combined with nutrition counseling. So as you can see, we're looking at not only the feasibility of achieving the higher protein intake level of 2 grams, but also how that impacts a variety of outcomes, as you can see on this slide. And our outcome assessments were conducted at baseline, week 6 and week 12. Next slide, please. So as part of our study, we've measured 24-hour energy expenditure inside a whole body metabolic chamber, and that was done in 32 patients. So each point in this graph is a patient, and the box represents the current recommendations of 25 to 30 kilocalories per kilogram body weight per day. So as you can see, about 60% of patients were outside of this box, really showing how energy needs are highly variable and not captured by the current recommendations for the majority of patients. Now, what I wanted to discuss today is that this variability in energy needs has really profound implications for feeding trials when we are trying to provide a targeted nutrition intervention, but may very likely be missing the target when it comes to estimating people's energy needs. So that talks about, this variability for patients. And next slide, please. So here we have preliminary data on the change over time in protein intake for our patients. And one of the challenges we had at the beginning of the study was to decide what the lower level of intake would be for the control arm. Because ethically, we did not want to go below the minimal recommended, which is 1 gram per kilogram body weight per day in the control, or what we call the normal protein arm. Therefore, we truly had an active control, and this approach will likely improve patient outcomes also in this normal protein arm. But we may have contaminated or decreased the observed differences between groups. So as you can see, this difference, when you compare the intervention to the 1 versus 1 gram, was only 0.4 grams per kilogram body weight per day versus the 1, which is what we expected. So the difference between the two groups. And also, as you can see, we were unable to reach the 2 grams per kilogram body weight per day in the high protein arm. And looking back as an RD, I wanted to try the food first approach, which is one of the challenges that I wanted to highlight. But many patients were in fact requesting other approaches, such as protein powders and or nutritional supplements. And not on this slide, but I also wanted to highlight a third challenge. And this I have experience conducting feeding trials, not necessarily this one, in oncology, which is related to the influence of social media. So that's certainly something that I didn't expect. And bear in mind that you can have patients in one arm of your study that start feeling great about the intervention and become very vocal advocate for the intervention of social media. And if you're as lucky as I am, this person may have thousands of followers, including others who are in the control arm of your study. So you can imagine the intrinsics of the situation. And I think that this sounds like an isolated case, but it's really a reality that we're going to face more and more. Next slide, please. So my key recommendations are related to understanding the energy needs of our patients and who are the ones that are not fitting within this cookie cutter approach and who would benefit more from an assessment versus an estimation of nutritional needs, for example, energy needs, as we've discussed today. And for that, we certainly need more infrastructure funding. So many grants do not allow, or they have minimal equipment allocated. And I think that that's one of the things that we have to address. And also importantly for this research question is when we do assess nutritional needs, how can this benefit patients? So can we provide a more targeted approach that will in fact impact outcomes? So if there is a variability among tumor groups or different things to consider, stages, for example, does this assessment and targeted intervention predict outcomes? And I think that's related to what Steve mentioned in the chat here, Wilton, the importance of a pragmatic approach to clinical studies. I think it's something that has been underestimated in oncology. This would allow, for example, flexibility to achieve nutrition targets using approaches, or different approaches. So trials, for example, of adaptive design may allow for plan modifications in a variety of aspects of the study. For example, in our study, providing protein powders for both groups, or other examples would be sample size recalculation, or reevaluation, or revisiting eligibility criteria, dropping one arm of the study, etc. And last, patient engagement, I think, is the solution that I see for the social media challenge that we've experienced, and it may become more and more our reality. I, excuse me, really don't know how to address that. And I think that, if you convene a workshop or even include patient representation to try to address that, of course, we have to be very, very careful of people's own opinion and how we would be addressing the other patients in the study as well. And because of the platform I have today, one of the things that I wanted to highlight related to this patient perspective is that I would like to strongly suggest that we use people or person first language that puts the person before the diagnosis. So patients, for example, do not like to be called cancer patients. They are patients or people with cancer. So I think we should all strive to make this easy modification in our language and including our publications, but certainly involving them in these discussions and in conducting feeding trials, and also the challenges of social media. Thank you.
Next slide, please.
Right, go ahead, next slide. All right, so I am going to talk about kind of following up on Dr. Prado's statement about multi-site trials. I have a large phase 3 clinical trial that my team is running with me to assess the effect of a nutritional intervention in patients with bladder cancer. And the focus of my talk is really going to be more on the logistics rather than my own science for this particular panel. Next slide. So I work with patients with bladder cancer that are undergoing a surgery to have their bladder removed. And in this patient population, much like the patients we've been talking about all day, there is a high risk of malnutrition. 21 to 55% are at risk. And then if further assessed, about 28% are malnourished before the surgery. Sarcopenia is quite prevalent. The standard of care is for them to have neoadjuvant chemotherapy before the surgery, and 81% of this population is sarcopenic before surgery. Infections are very common in this patient population. 1 in 4 after undergoing the surgery will have an infection. Postoperative complications, 2 in 3 will have a postoperative complication that is related to nutrition. And then GI issues are very common after this surgery, mostly with ileus. And then long-term consequences involve bone loss and fractures. Next slide, please. And so we have a phase 3 trial that is co-funded with an R-Series grant out of the Office of Cancer Complementary and Alternative Medicine. It's an R37. And then this also has funding through the INCOR Division of Cancer Prevention. And the reason that that is important is that that has been a significant challenge to, to align those two funding sources together to be able to do a large multi-site phase 3 trial. A couple of things that I'd like to point out about our trial is that this is a pre and post intervention. So we build up nutrition status before surgery and then replete nutrients that we know are in higher demand from surgery. There is an active intervention, and then there's also an oral nutrition control drink. So everybody does get above standard of care, much like Dr. Prado was talking about in her trial. And then another key thing that I want to point out with our design is that we are getting DEXA scans, diet recalls, and fresh blood. And none of those things are part of standard of care, which is why the necessity of getting R-Series funding to line up with this was so critical, that along with the personnel that it requires to run dietary intervention trials of this scale. Next slide. So I broke up the challenges and opportunities in 2 different topics. So I think that probably the most humorous is that I began this work as an assistant professor. I am now a full professor. And so I think that gives some context as to the amount of time it takes to get these trials up and going. So I cannot state how grateful I am for the champions and helpers that really got this to happen. So one of the major issues is that as I was going through with the very helpful people at SWOG, one of the things we weren't sure of is whether to get DCP approval or R-series funding approval first. And neither side actually seemed to know which should come first. The approach that ended up happening is we had DCP approval and then got the R-series funding. And a huge shout out to Sharon Ross and Dan Shee for helping to get someone on the study section that understood the National Clinical Trials Network and the NCORE. That was a major hurdle, was having a review panel that understood how that network actually worked. We had champions in statistics that helped us run trial design and power analysis. And on top of that, we have industry partners that made the drinks. That was a huge effort to make sure that everything was blinded and that a proper control was actually designed and used for this trial. The Hope Foundation paid to send me to get translational science training with Cold Springs and Harbor and Jackson Laboratories. And then another thing that was really unique was that many times these trials are not run by dietitians, they're run by physicians. And SWOG really opened up some doors for my training in order to be able to be a study chair for this type of trial. A huge hurdle is underrepresentation and diversity. And this is something that as we got our trial up and going, we realized what an issue we were facing with engaging communities and translation and validation of tools. Next slide, please. And then quickly, the last few points that I have, you've seen this startling statistic about the dietitian to patient ratio as far as getting malnutrition assessed for eligibility. We've had to train many different healthcare providers to do that. Many of our outcomes measured are not in routine clinical care, and having a team to help with consistent communication with sites has been key. And then lastly, patient literacy, hearing, visual impairment, and language are issues that really we needed more of a running start before our trial even opened to get those things really ironed out. And I really think the NIH could help with supporting that type of support with trials. Next slide. So in summary, it took a village, like Dr. Clinton mentioned, and really our recommendation is to build systems to allow for better alignment for this co-funding, more funding opportunities to engage diverse communities, help with translation and validation of languages, and again, break down every barrier to communication as possible. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks so much for that informative everything. You guys are doing amazing, amazing work. I know we're running a little bit behind time, but I was hoping to ask one question, and I'm hoping that we can then have everybody just quickly weigh in during the time we have. And first, I'm going to ask Dr. Kazmi to start, and then you guys can piggyback. So which aspect of your research was most difficult to implement?
So I think in regards to the challenges that I've already mentioned, for our QI project, the biggest challenge I believe was the high clinic staff turnover, because it required frequent re-education for all the staff and keeping up with who are joining, who are leaving, so that we could sustain the QI project that we had started. The other challenges, the EMR related challenges, those were, I think once you find a solution to those problems, they can, they're fixed. But I think the high clinic staff turnover, and then more importantly, the COVID-19, when it hit, then the pandemic itself became a big challenge when a lot of patients were doing televisits, and we couldn't properly assess their nutritional status on during the pandemic. Hopefully that part is now getting better already.
I'll go next. I think for us was eligibility criteria. We started with an idealistic of how we would like to include patients in our study, and then like Jill, our study took 5 years to complete, and even us recruiting every week in clinics. So I think that eligibility was a big thing for us, as well as competing trials in oncology. So a lot of the times you have to discuss or talk to the healthcare team about how the nutrition intervention would fit in within the context of other trials. So those are the big ones for us.
I'll just reiterate that representation and diversity has really been our greatest challenge. Recruitment has been unbelievable, and SWOG really helped us think through all of those logistics, and yet reaching vulnerable populations and special populations has been an enormous challenge.
Fantastic. Because you guys were so brief in your comments, I get to ask another question. If I can fit in on one after that, I will. But so this one I'm going to direct first to Dr. Prado, and then we can cycle around. But what are additional challenges that you experience that may be relevant to all nutrition intervention trials?
So I guess that our office is not inside the Cancer Institute where we're recruiting from. So physician support is huge, right? When physicians support your trial, talk about your trial to patients, they are much more willing to participate and believe in the power of nutrition. So a lot of the educational materials that I've produced in my lab and released recently, for example, are all related to spreading the word about the importance of nutrition, so that we can also not convince, but even, gather champions or recruit more champions, nurses and physicians to advocate for nutrition intervention trials.
Anyone else have something to add on?
I can go next about our project. Mainly, I would say the extra challenges in our project was sustainability, and then more importantly, moving from just identifying patients with malnutrition in resource poor setting. How can we have some interventions for them so that we can help improve their malnutrition? So in addition to just a consultation, what other resources that we could provide to them? So I think that was the second, I'll say barrier or challenge that we face, not just identifying, but bringing it next step forward.
I'd say for us, it's fluency of communication across all different types of workers. So we have lab staff, we have several different clinical sites that all run a little bit differently. And so matchmaking them to nutrition services or teaching them how to do malnutrition assessment if they didn't have access to that. Some of those gaps in care across different sites that you identify, and even at our own institution, really feels kind of like a gut punch. Because with these trials, we have so much resources to take extra good care of these patients, and to realize when this is gone, it might be as many as 20 years before this actually changes in practice. With one example being my early pilot study showed that we missed 20% of the diagnoses of malnutrition. And I sat at several different executive tables, and the pathway hasn't changed. And it's just super frustrating to me when it seems so obvious that there needs to be a better pathway, and there's data to show that, and it's not happening yet. And it seems like a fairly straightforward solution.
Well, that is incredibly important. I do have time for one more question, and I'll come back to you, Dr. Hamilton-Reeves, and direct it, and then you guys can round robin. What have you learned about malnutrition assessments? You brought this up across the different study sites when nutrition assessments are required, and you started to hint at that there. But I think it's so important to be discussing this and to sharing your lessons learned with others. So can you expand upon that a little bit, and then we'll circle around, and then we'll pass it off to our next session.
Absolutely. There's been some great presentations today about just this very issue. So I would reiterate what Dr. Kadakia mentioned, that a lot of physicians rely on the eyeball method and have some obesity bias. It's not intentional. It truly does seem to be kind of an unconscious bias that happens. We use the PGSGA for eligibility, so every patient has to be assessed for malnutrition. And I would say that once we trained people, things worked out really well. But that has been really eye-opening as to how few of these sites have access to nutrition professionals to do this work to help them. And these are, high volume academic centers that are performing these surgeries. Mm-hmm.
You want to go next or should I go?
You go, Dr. Prado.
Well, our approach to this is every single patient will lose muscle as they undergo cancer. Well, most of them, I would say, dare to say, will undergo, will experience muscle loss throughout the treatment trajectory. So our approach is to intervene, like they will all benefit from nutrition intervention. So for us, it's a bit, not only recruiting the person who has low muscle mass or the person who does have malnutrition, but also coming with that approach in mind, which is easier, but then at the same time, you still need the tools to measure, to track the impact of your intervention. And, we, as you know, probably if you're aware of our research, we've been advocating a lot for the incorporation of body composition, but also surrogate measurements in clinical practice. So I guess that that's where I stand as of now.
And I think what I learned the most was that, number one, there's a lot that physicians don't know about nutrition in cancer patients. And, it's important for patients because the patients always ask about how they can improve their diet, and we have a very generic answer. So a proper assessment upfront can help patients, because by the time they start losing weight, we've already lost the battle. I think so. Early intervention is extremely important for patient care, and I think that was the biggest message at least that I have learned in my practice.
Fantastic. Now, I think I want to thank you all and stick around because now we're going to have a discussion. I believe Dr. Hyatt's going to join us. Is that right, Keisha?
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Colleen. So I was just going to thank all of the speakers, thanking you, Colleen, thanking Dr. Cosme, Prado, Hamilton Reeves for that informative panel discussion. We're now inviting all of the speakers from key question 1 and 2 to join the discussion in Q&A session. So that's going to be moderated by Dr. Hyatt. So don't go anywhere. Stay, keep your cameras on. And I will just turn it up. Thank you for just want to remind people to send their questions through the chat pod. To everyone, we will continue to receive your questions throughout this session. So Dr. Hyatt, you may begin.
Thank you. It sounds like we have a lot of time to deal with questions. We have 40 minutes, but I'll bet we don't have enough time, given all the richness of the presentations. Let me ask the panelists first if they have questions. I have to say that I have a raft of very good questions coming in from participants, which I will hold in abeyance until the panelists have had their chance to ask their questions. But this will be a good session. We'll keep track of time. So panelists, do you have any questions, please?
I'd start with one, Collins. And in the context of today's prevalence of obesity, building off of Dr. Kadakia's data showing that we may see a delayed influence of weight loss on mortality in people with higher BMI than with lower. I'm wondering what that means in terms of gaps in research and what we need to consider in studies so that we don't miss the effects of weight loss.
So that's for Dr. Kadakia.
Well, for Dr. Kadakia, but also I think all the panelists each seem to have some other perspectives that might weigh in on this question.
That's a great question. So I think what the last group of presenters who are involved with trials have mentioned relate to this. So if the doctors seeing the patients don't identify it for a problem, they're certainly not going to recruit them to any nutritional interventional study or any type of study. And so someone who appears not to be malnourished, again, if it's not discussed, particularly when there's multiple other complications that these patients are going through, it doesn't even get identified as an issue. And so this is where I think screening, again, targeted screening, using validated tools, things that are practical, have value. But as you said, like in patients with higher BMI, we don't actually understand, and I'll certainly let the other speakers who work in the basic science space, why patients with high BMI appear to do better in certain studies.
Thank you. Other questions from the panelists?
This is Deborah Ritzwaller. I found the presentations just fascinating, compelling, and some really great research. I guess what I'm having a hard time reconciling and thinking about future messaging, especially to the patient community, is what's the message that should be reconciled, or is there research that can somehow distinguish between nutrition effects that were talked about, where BMIs and inversely declines in BMI are associated with declines in survival, versus Dr. Longo's research and the protective effect of the FMD diets and the mice models? If you starve them on cisplatin, survival is profoundly enhanced. What research is available to help us sort of communicate those two almost counterfactual findings?
Dr. Longo, do you want to try that?
Sure. Yes, I don't think that they're necessarily disagreeing with each other. I think we're all trying to avoid sarcopenia. We're all trying to avoid cachexia. But we're saying that maybe some things are counterintuitive, right? So the cachexia may be a result of the chemotherapy, of the radiation, of the cancer progression. And so, the way you address that could be very differently than just, let's say, you can provide a lot of proteins, but if proteins are driving IGF-1, and we know they do, so now you're increasing amino acids, you're increasing IGF-1, you may be very well driving half of the tumors out there, at least, based on the research. Lots of tumors love high insulin, they love high glucose, they love high amino acids, they love high IGF-1, right? So then the question is, we got to stop the silos work and we got to move into a very sophisticated, let's look at all of it, the grip strength, the lean body mass, everything. And, how is this affecting each cancer? And so only that, I think Dr. Clinton pointed that out, and only then we help, we truly help the patients.
So reconciling the two. Got it. That's great.
May I add on to that answer?
Sure.
So I really think it's context and timing dependent. I mean, Dr. Longo gave such great examples of, timing right around the time of chemotherapy. There will be times that that's actually not as advantageous to the patient. And so understanding the therapy and the mechanisms of the therapy, and then also thinking about where the evidence is in the spectrum of discovery. Is this data from phase 3 clinical trials, or are these preclinical and phase 1, phase 2 trials? And I think those two messages really make it much simpler for the public to understand.
Thank you for that. Other questions or responses for?
I was just going to add as well. We have a trial here going on that's also led by Dr. Amy Kirkham from the University of Toronto, and that's exactly what we're doing. We're doing caloric restriction with ketogenic diet 48 hours before they get chemotherapy. So that's very short-lived. So there is certainly no impact on nutritional status. And important what we communicate to patients is that we are, those are exploratory dietary approaches, and we're using nutrition as a metabolic therapy. So it's not about diet. And the other approach we've had with cancer survivors, and we have a pilot study published now, which is related to time-restricted eating, where you can get a lot of the responses that you observed, but time-restricted eating for 5 days a week only, with weekends free, and we didn't observe any loss in muscle mass measured by MRI, so really, really powerful way of looking at this, and also saw some cardioprotective effect of time-restricted eating. So all these exploratory approaches, they have again, as discussed, objectives or ways to impact which is beyond nutritional status. So it's really looking at nutrition as a therapy here.
Excellent. Other questions from the panelists?
Yeah, this is Adinka Laimo. I was actually struck by the comments from Dr. Hamilton Reeves about her journey of starting a trial when she was an assistant professor, and probably the trial is still ongoing when she's a full professor. And I'm saying to myself, well, if we are looking for rigorous methodology, how do we plan the career of the investigators as well? In terms of, we listened all day about the evidence-based for the review, and a lot of these trials or studies that will be presented today are actually, high risk of bias in terms of high percentage and all that. Not so good enough that they couldn't even do meta-analysis, as it was all systematic review. So the question that kept popping in my head after listening to her is, okay, how do we move the field forward with RCTs, with us knowing that nutrition itself is a very complex thing? So you can't really study one aspect of nutrition as the major intervention. So there has to be several. And people don't just eat carbohydrate alone. They eat food. So this is a question for anybody. I have no specific person to answer. It's just something, as I'm a gastroenterologist, and I know, having worked with polyp prevention trial when I was a fellow in NIH in Office of Preventive Oncology, I know food is everything, almost anything that goes through your mouth. So it's just a question that is just, running around in my head. To what extent and how do we really refine our outcome definitions and refine our exposures so that when we make recommendations, people can actually focus on what to really do, and that will be impactful. What I've always been told is that the best outcome is death. That way, everything else there can be controversies about how important it really is. It's just something in my mind. Anybody can answer, please.
Yeah. So let me say that one of the questions that came from the audience is very close to that. I mean, there's some questions out there about the limitations of focusing on randomized controlled trials when you have such a complex subject matter. And I think Dr. Prado introduced the idea of other types of designs, pragmatic designs, etc. So I don't know who would like to respond to that general area, but I think it's an important one.
So I'd like to start just by saying part of moving the field forward in terms of trials, so we have the evidence to then have a paradigm shift in the standard of care and policy that we're all talking about today. I think really the burden sometimes is on the reviewers, because many of us have submitted many trials looking at whole foods and dietary patterns, yet we get back reviews that are still looking for that specific mechanism. So I think we need to get beyond that reductionist perspective and be thinking more, and reviewers, including everyone on this panel, need to be open to perhaps some other types of unique study designs and or types of trials. Because if we can't get the funding, we can't conduct the trial. And so we also should be looking as reviewers for trials that actually use a validated tool for malnutrition screening if they're going to be assessing any of the types of malnutrition at all in cancer. And sometimes, you know, that's not specified in those grants. And then we do know, I mean, think about these stats we've seen today, that up to 50% come in malnourished or suboptimal nutritional status, and 80% are malnourished at some point in treatment, yet we aren't even using validated tools or assessing, doing malnutrition screening on over 50%. So it's staggering to think about the gaps out there, but I'm not going to place it on NIH as much as I'm placing it on the reviewers sitting on those panels, who are the ones that are killing the grants, that are looking at novel type things and dietary patterns.
Thank you for that. That is very true of many different fields. We have met the enemy and they is us. So other comments on this question perhaps, but we can go further if we need to. Deborah?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Any other comments about study design and approaches to this very heterogeneous problem?
Yeah. So this is Mark Klein, one of the folks from Minnesota.
Yeah.
One of the things that, you know, struck me is that, you know, at least the results of the key question 1 and 2, and I've been an oncologist here at the Minneapolis VA, University of Minnesota, for 14 years, involved in the Alliance Cooperative Group and as part of a lot of VA precision oncology work. And what it struck me is that the data, overall, the studies were what I thought they were going to be, meaning that we have a very high heterogeneity without a lot of positive results. You know, when I saw someone today in clinic, you know, they're cancer cachexia. They had 2 cancers. They had prostate cancer and small cell lung cancer. But, you know, I was talking with them, like, he's like, I'm losing weight, you know. We have a dietitian, we'll see them, you know. But, you know, we don't get to some of the fundamental things about, you know, some of it's nutrition, but a lot of it's, they won't even take the, you know, we could give them all the nutrition in the world, but they just won't take it. So there's a lot of problems with not just getting the diets to them, it's actually getting the diets in them. I mean, the thing that I hear more than anything else actually is that I'm just not hungry. And I don't know that any diet is going to, I mean, maybe, but I don't know that any diet's going to change that. I mean, it's fundamental. There's a lot of complexities around there. So with regard to the randomized control trials, there's a lot of multitudes of things, multiple layers. But the first thing is I think you have to use some sort of randomized trial process, whether that be, you know, novel designs around randomized trials. You'll never get around the bias problem if you don't. If you just don't do something that's at least some sort of randomizing, you'll be asking the question forever. You know, oncologists, and a lot of these coming through oncology groups, oncologists are wired. I mean, we get a bit of a bad rap because we give talks and it's nothing but randomized trial to trial, but I think a lot of places would love to have that. The second thing is that trying to get these trials into sites on a large scale is very difficult, because the reality is with oncology, the majority of practice-changing trials are not NSCI or cooperative group, they're industry. I mean, if you go to ASCO, that plenary session is going to be nothing but industry. That's the reverse of what it was, you know, several years ago. The reality is that every time you open an NCI study at most academic centers, you lose money on that study. So you got to find a way to be able to make that palatable, because lots of places, you're going to compete with a lot of places, and you should have those studies open, but dollars talk, and if you can't get that study to not lose money, it's never going to work. The discussion about the SWOG study, I mean, taking it 4 or 5 years to get a trial open within the cooperative group is pretty common. And that's like standard. And so, you know, industry just moves way faster. The problem is here, it's going to be hard to have industry to, you know, we all don't want to have biased studies, but so I don't know the answer, but, you know, that's just the environment you're competing in. You have to adapt. You have to have adaptability to get around those problems.
Thank you. I think you've hit upon a lot of the important issues related to trials, especially the financing of them and the length of time they take.
Can I just add on to that? I completely agree with that. The enrollment criteria is an important part of it, and even in our clinical practice, you know, we start with unintentional weight loss and try to segregate patients by anorexia or not, malabsorption or not, other endocrine disease, ruling out hyperthyroidism, which may occur. There is, at least some initial workup we could do, but it does take somebody focused on that. And typically, oncologists have bigger things that they're focused on, and dietitians are not trained to do that medical algorithm. So, subspecialty practices may be useful in that setting, but only are at tertiary care centers. And that can help rule out some patients that are having weight loss that is not technically malnutrition.
Thank you. Other comments or questions?
Just
Yeah,
gonna
so
jump.
this is, I'm sorry, go
Go
ahead.
ahead. No, I've spoken a lot.
I was just going to say that listening to the experiences around the clinical trials, and I was heavily involved with some community trial, the NCORP initiatives in my setting, and how difficult, as the last individual just commented, just getting them open and enrollment can take so long. So I think we need to come to some helpful comments on what are the recommendations for future research in this area, especially around, recruiting historically disparate populations into these trials where the benefit may be the highest, and creating trials that will provide the best evidence. At least that's some of the pieces I'm hearing, that there are some issues that really need to be addressed.
Thank you, Deborah.
Can I speak to that really quickly?
Sure.
So as I mentioned, I can't solve the representation problem, but I can definitely share what SWOG did that was brilliant with my trial. So normally my trial would only go in the symptom control and quality of life committee. However, what they did is they had me front and center of the GU committee the whole time. Every year, twice a year, I was meeting with the surgeons that would be recruiting to my study. So by the time it was open, we were all buddies. And they recruit, I can't believe how well this trial has picked on, to get recruitment like this during COVID is insane to me. And I'm super grateful, but that wasn't my brilliance. That was SWOG's brilliance to embed us within the medical oncologists and the surgeons themselves so that they knew about the trial.
Excellent. Yeah. Other comments?
I think to add that, obviously a lot of the experts here with a lot more experience are, as has been described, not oncologists. And so one of the issues and one of the ways that we've somewhat circumnavigated getting studies is what Dr. Hamilton just said, is I don't present this to our supportive care group, I present it to our GI section, because that's the people who are going to be actually, and so from an NIH perspective, I do think when there are grant reviewing committees and when there's oncologists involved with who are hopefully champions, that's something, not that they should be funded more or less, but that has practical influence on the completion of these trials. Like, my dietitians are great, but they're not the ones recruiting the patients. And so I think that's also something that should be funded as a, how can we increase representation of oncology, like sort of the down to the ground recruiters.
Dr. Prada, did you have a comment?
Not directly related to me, was more related to what Marcus was saying in terms of, I know it seems like we are segregated, but it's really pieces of the puzzle that we're putting together as any other research area. And one analogy that I really like was, I can't remember the first author, but from Dilip Lobo paper was that the marginal gains theory applied to nutrition intervention, that we sometimes have limited benefit of nutrition intervention when applied at certain points in the disease trajectory, but when you look at it as a whole, and again, as was discussed today, the nutrition intervention that has to be, early and continuous. So it's applied before people get chemotherapy or radiation therapy, before surgery, after surgery, and then it lasts more than 12 weeks. These patients are losing 1 kilo, 2.2 pounds of muscle within 10 days, for example, and then we expect them to build that muscle back in a few weeks, and it's not going to happen. So we need to be measuring that. Like, I love Colleen's design that, it's a longer intervention. So you have actually time for metabolism to kick in, and again, to try to address that throughout the continuum of care of the patient. So that's like, I think going forward, like thinking of the marginal gains theory. So the gains, even if small, if they are gains that are added up throughout the trajectory, we will have a positive anabolic response at the end.
Thank you. For the other panelists, Dr. Truesdale, do you have any questions?
No, some of the comments I had has already been covered, and I agree with what's been said. Great
Thank you.
presentation.
Thank you. Dr. Clayton, do you have any questions?
No, I found this very informative and thought-provoking. Kudos to you all.
Great. Any other panelists have any questions? Hearing none, let me go back to a couple of the questions.
Dr. Go.
I do. I've been raising my hand, but
I haven't
I
seen the
see
hand.
me.
Okay,
Do you
I'm
see
sorry.
me?
I can see you now, yeah. Raise your
Okay,
hand.
fabulous. Hi.
Thank you. I
Thank you.
apologize.
This has been terrific, and I appreciate the conversation about trials and adaptive trials. And if we think back, it seemed a long time ago today already, to Dr. Parsons and Klein's systematic review and the outcomes, the cancer outcomes that were the focus of the review. When we think about adverse events, I'd like to see if folks have other ideas. There's this other category, and it's kind of broad and vague. And I'd really like folks to talk about, at least in newer research, whether they're integrating patient-reported outcomes when are they asking the patient about fatigue, nausea, vomiting, loss of appetite, the stuff that is going to affect nutrition and food intake and all that, and how you act on those outcomes to change the trajectory of nutrition and its outcomes. I'd love to hear if folks have thoughts about that and measurement.
Okay, thank you for that. Anybody want to respond to that question?
Maybe could I just start for a second? So tomorrow we'll actually get an opportunity to present the results from the systematic review for the studies that focused specifically on symptoms. And just a bit of a teaser, they may not have focused on some of those key areas that you had really highlighted, but maybe more in the areas where they're particularly easier to collect, but not necessarily those that might influence the clinical decision making as much. So that's just a teaser for tomorrow morning, but just to highlight that will be coming up tomorrow.
So one of the questions that came in on the chat relates to that, and it was directed to Dr. Kadakia. And the question was, what is the prevalence of patient-generated subjective global assessment, the PGSGA, used nationally in the outpatient setting? Do you see benefits in utilizing parts of it in primary care so that EHRs capture some data? Dr. Kadakia, you want to take that?
Yeah, so I believe one of the comments was related to this modified PGSGA. And so this was actually a study conducted in inpatients in China, who there was over 10,000 patients who had a PGSGA, and then I believe the way the methodology was that they reanalyzed the results, taking away, I believe it was the fourth portion of the fourth worksheet, which is the physical exam, and that is a challenge. Trying to do that in clinic it just adds complexity to it. And what they've observed is that modified version appeared to have similar test characteristics to the entire PGSGA, and they correlated at least with moderately or severely malnourished patients to survival. The caveat and what I was going to respond in the notes to the participant was that, this was inpatient hospitalized patients in China. We need to get these type of studies replicated in the United States experience, particularly in the ambulatory setting, which is where, at least in the US, that is where the majority of oncological care occurs.
Great. I think this pertains to the internal versus external validity question that was also raised. So maybe we've got some internal validity from the Chinese study, but the applicability to context is going to be of concern. Now, I'm going to skip over the third question that came in about randomized trials, because I think we've dealt with that. I think there is a need to further explore the sort of reductionist approach to a more global approach to these kind of questions that I'm getting. Here's another question though. There's a need. This comes from Steve Wooten. There's a need to refocus attention on what dietitians do in practice. Firstly, being clear that nutritional assessment is to diagnose the scale, scope, and nature of nutritional deficit so as to inform the clinical decision-making around the intervention. The diagnosis of malnutrition is important, but it does little to direct the approach to care. Anybody want to respond to that? I think this is a question about the applicability of all the assessments that are being done to actually recommendations coming at the individual level.
I'll speak to that quickly. We've asked clinics before why they don't do malnutrition screening. And it's kind of like food insecurity or food security screening, as they say, we don't have enough dietitians to handle it if we find the answer we think we'll probably get. And that's a sad state of affairs, but it is what's the reality when the dietitians aren't reimbursed to be part of the care team. And that's scary. So if you put, and I loved Heather's comments, really getting to the nutrition impact symptoms that we know would typically lead to the failure, to toxicities and the interruptions in treatments. And if we can incorporate dietitians into the care team, and also to Canal's point, have more team science where we are partnering the oncologists with the social workers, with the dietitians, get back to team care. And when we do that, then the dietitians are put in a more proactive approach versus a reactive approach. Because when you are handling 2,000 patients, you're running around and all you can do is throw, some supplements at them. What we need is to be predicting what those symptoms are early on so that we can give patients the tools they need to stay optimally in a state of optimal nutritional status. So if they have mucositis, we're sending them foods directly that are soft foods and talking them through that, so they don't get mucositis to the point where they can no longer consume anything orally. So that's what, I think we're all on the same page with that. So I'll stop there and let others add.
Any other comments on that?
Yeah, can I add something? So
sure.
I think one of the things, so when there are mandates in place, that leads to infrastructure. And so I think an example that we see that where you don't have to be the oncologist doing all this, or the direct team, is with psychosocial distress screening. Once there was enough work in that space, there was national mandates saying all patients need to be evaluated for distress. But then that led to large cancer centers having a mechanism to support that. So obviously there isn't enough dietitians, but creating the data to say, hey, this is important issue, can that then lead to mandates saying we should be assessing it. The person who said the initial comment is correct. We don't want to just assess the problem. We want to do something about it. But I think they're all intertwined. It's not just assessing. It's getting the funding to have somebody do something about it. But without mandates, then the issue of not knowing what to do with the positive responses continues.
I agree. This seems like an important gap in our clinical care because you don't have the dietitians to provide care or do the research, and then you can't do the research to get the data to have the dietitians get their funding so that we can support the clinical team.
So back to Dr. Longo for a couple of questions here. I'm running my own FMD experiment. I should have had more breakfast this morning. Let's see. Where is it? I'm afraid I've lost it. Here it is. Okay. Dr. Longo, is FMD perhaps a way to effectively decrease chemotherapy doses in the future for efficacy, but also safety? And then closely related to that, you mentioned that FMD with a ketogenic diet. Isn't FMD a form of a ketogenic diet? Do you mean having a baseline diet that's less rigorous and produces a lower degree of ketosis with added intermittent periods of higher degree of ketosis produced by FMD? That's, they're trying to get at the details of how you approach this.
Yeah. So the chemotherapy lowering, obviously it's up to the oncologist. That's not always easy, but that's certainly an option. Probably unlikely because it would change clinical practice. And so the hope is that, as I showed in the slides, certainly we see that in mice, we see in the initial randomized clinical trials, the same level of chemotherapy now works a lot better. And so now we had the non-responders going from 27% to 5%. So now the Leiden, University of Leiden is doing 250 patient trial, repeating the same one. So total will be about 400 patients. So it'll be, if they can repeat what they've shown on the first trial, that's a good example of how to use it. And then the ketogenic versus FMD is very different, right? So the fasting mimicking diet is forcing the much lower glucose, much lower IGF-1, much lower insulin, et cetera, because it's very low calorie in addition to being ketogenic, right? So it promotes beta-hydroxybutyrate, et cetera, production, but it's in fact putting the patient in a fasting response mode. The ketogenic diet does not. The ketogenic diet is normally a high level of proteins, or it doesn't have to be, but often it is, and normal levels of calories, right? So it's normal calories and fairly high proteins, and lots of the proteins are from animal sources, so high levels of leucine, high levels of methionine. So, it is helping, it can help lots of cancers. Let's say it could hurt lots of cancer, it can help lots of cancer. So the alternation is there to try to get it all, right? So you have the fasting mimicking conditions, and then you have the ketogenic. And so it's unlikely that most tumors will be able to handle both, right? And so that's what we and others are testing now, both preclinically and clinically.
Thank you. Here's a different type of question. Which type of cancer is most in need of clinical trials? We've heard a lot about GI cancer and head and neck cancer, things that involve the gastrointestinal tract, but are there other cancer sites that need clinical trials?
So I can see, I see a lot of people with advanced cancer. So usually, a big chunk of my clinic is going to be solid tumors with people that have, months to a year to live or so. The thing that at least anecdotally, that I see as the biggest issue are the people that are losing weight in the advanced cancer setting, and we have nothing, we just don't have anything to give them that really. I mean, they see the dietitian. We have an oncologist-based dietitian in our clinic, so they all get seen very readily. They're doing everything the dietitian is providing with them, and there just isn't anything there now. The reality is that oftentimes the best thing that treats cancer cachexia is treating the cancer and the cancer going away. But I would say that's one thing. If you take a look at specific cancers themselves, I mean, what you've seen there is that a lot of those studies are context dependent, and there's just a lot of heterogeneity in the treatment. So you're seeing a lot of those head and neck and GI studies across the board. Modalities are changing, right? So you might have, for esophageal cancer, you might have neoadjuvant chemoradiotherapy followed by surgery. You might have, for stomach cancer, you might have neoadjuvant chemo, surgery, and then chemo. You might have, in other cases, just advanced cancers, you might have immunotherapy, HER2, blah, 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 blah. So the problem is that these cancers are, while they're all advanced, there might even be different mechanisms in the different cancers that are running problems in your cachexia There might be some unifying problems, but there might be other ones that are different. So, but really, it's the area that I see the most struggle with is people come in, they have stage 4 cancer of some sort. They're slowly wasting away, and there's not a thing we have available for it. That's the area that I see the biggest distress.
Well, so you say you don't have a thing for them. Is this a potential need for clinical trials or?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and I saw the NMRL and data and stuff like that. I mean, it's not approved by the FDA. I mean, we're here, the Alliance Cooperative Group is running a Megace or progesterone versus olanzapine study. They had a phase 2 olanzapine study that had promising data. But, realistically, people try various things. We try Megace, but the problem with Megace is it doesn't really work that great. It increases their fat and increases their DVT risk by a little bit, which is a problem for a lot of cancers, especially pancreatic. That's a huge problem. The olanzapine has some promise. Amarillo has some promise. Maybe it will when you put it in combination, but you just don't see big leaps, right? So, I mean, like on the cancer side, what you see is every 5 or 10 years, there's kind of a paradigm shift. Targeted therapy 20 years ago, with angiogenesis 15 years ago, immunotherapy 5 to 10 years ago, where you had leaps and shifts in the outcomes. And then you get a bunch of people, oncologists will put everything together you possibly can in every possible combination to get, very modest gains. So you need kind of more paradigm shift thinking if you're going to try to make bigger changes in this, I think. And you have to go across the board. What I also know is when I worked with a nutrition scientist doing head and neck cancer studies looking at, say, protein metabolism, those are hard studies to do, and there's a dearth of pathophysiology really that we can really rely on in setting. There's a lot out there, but it still isn't nearly enough.
I just would like to build on Dr. Klein's comments if I can for a moment and think about not only the cancer types that we need more trials in, but also the settings. From our review, we saw that they were really focused on these inpatient settings, short-term nutrition interventions, whereas where we see in the US, the majority of cancer treatment is now occurring in the outpatient setting. And there's really an opportunity there, I think, given the context, and also to bring it into a US context, as well as many of these trials were really focused in either Europe or Asia. And so understanding the unique context in the US for how care is delivered and considerations around financing and capacity and just how the dietitians play into as part of a care team is going to be really important.
Just to build on that, shouldn't the stage of the cancer also be playing a role? I mean, because, what we can do or potentially do, I think at, if somebody's stage 4 is totally different than stage 2.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, generally the paradigm shifts. I mean, the way that kind of oncology research is in the United States is, at least in the solid tumors and the cooperative groups, it's really kind of early, if you take it across the board, it's really early stage, kind of locally advanced and kind of advanced stage where you've got, usually. So you kind of think of it in early stages. It depends on the circumstances, but usually have, some sort of local therapy, whether it be surgery. You might have neoadjuvant chemoradiotherapy prior to that, neoadjuvant chemo, areas where you're going to have, sample lung cancer, stage 1 and 2s, you're going to have survivals of 5-year survivals, 50, 60, 70%, depending on the context. And then stage 4s, you're going to have survivals, median survivals of a year, 2 years, in the non-targeted therapy appropriate cancers. So yeah, we think of these paradigms. I mean, really, when you think about it, you put them in early, kind of middle of the road, but even like, you kind of get this kind of hazy area in the middle where you've got things that are kind of like locally advanced, like stage 3s, where you might have curative, like in lung cancer, stage 3 is probably curative 40% of the time. And there's different treatments, different pathophysiology, different cancers, So someone bring up the omics. I mean, one of the problems is that if you do, the heterogeneity, intratumoral heterogeneity of tumors is a problem, let alone the intraperson heterogeneity. So it gets to be a little bit quite a bit challenging. So.
Okay, thank you for that. We're right at time for this, Keisha. So I'm going to call it quits for the discussion. It's been very rich, and there's a lot of different back and forth and discussion in the chat that we'll capture as well. So I want to thank everybody for their enthusiastic participation. Keisha, back to you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. I'm just going to cover a few pointers before we actually dismiss, but first I want to remind everyone that the EPC Draft Systematic Evidence Review is live and available for public review and comment. You can access it via the ODP website, and also we provided a link in the chat pod. Please comment on our, next slide, Catherine. Please comment, complete our post-workshop evaluation survey. We'd really like to know your thoughts about today's event. A survey link has been posted in the chat pod. In addition, each attendee will receive an email from WebEx with the survey link. Before we end, I'd like to cover what we expect tomorrow. Next slide. So tomorrow is day 2. If you haven't already registered for day 2, you should have received, or if you have already registered, you should have received a reminder, including the link for the workshop. We ask that you please join by 11:55 Eastern Time so that we can begin on time. We will cover more of key questions 1 and 2. Next slide. And also key questions 3, and then that's for day 3. But if you haven't already registered and would like to join us, please register for day 2 at the ODP website. If you have any questions about the workshop from today, a registration question or a technical question, please send it to the email NIHP2P@mail.nih.gov. Thank you all for an excellent day. We will see you tomorrow at 11:55 Eastern Time. Enjoy the rest of your day.